Hello everyone and welcome to the Research Networking Day of CTM Festival 2021. My name is Anita Jóri and I'm a research associate at Berlin University of the Arts and one of the curators nowadays, and we invite always different, not only researchers but also artists to present their actual research and all those things they are doing. For example, from the fields of audio, arts, media, design, and related theoretical disciplines. So these are our main focus here and also for today. Every year we send out call for papers, normally by the end of the summer, and ask people to reflect on the actual festival topic, which is 2021. And we always have different cooperation partners for this program. This year we invited Leuphana University, German Association for Music Business and Music Culture Research, and Humboldt-University of Berlin to cooperate with us on this project. And I have to say that despite the actual situation, I'm including here obviously COVID-19, we received many applications for the Research Networking Day, and we chose 9 excellent abstracts to be presented here today, which you will also hear later on. We also separated these 9 presentations into 3 main topics, which are the following, and I will just read out the different titles. Posthuman Sounds, which will be later on hosted by Ahlers, Performativity, Tradition and Magic, hosted by myself, and The Way Stories Unfound, hosted by Shintaro Miyazaki. So just a little bit about the structure of the day. We will have about 3 sections, and you will see that we will have 30 minutes little breaks in between them. Every single session has, and then every presentation we will have 10 minutes for the discussion. So we have kind of a tight plan for today, but I guess we will go through that. So now, before I would give the word to the first session, I'd like to introduce the first host, Ahlers, who is a professor for music education and popular music studies at Leuphana University in Lüneburg, and his fields of expertise include empirical research on music, creativity and education. His recent publications include co-edited volumes such as Perspectives on German Popular Music, Big Data and Music, or Music and Empowerment. So I would give the word to Michael now, and who will host now the first module. Hello, Michael.
Hello, Anita. Thanks a lot for having me. So this is the panel on posthuman sounds. The posthuman or posthumanism is as a philosophical strand or theory has got various approaches and cannot be called homogeneous. With disciplinary backgrounds in philosophy, science and technology studies, literary studies, critical theory and more, it seems there is a huge body of discourse or even several discourses. So this fits kind of perfectly with the ideas of CTM's discourse program. As J.D. Bolter summarizes 2016, quote, posthumanism designates a series of breaks with foundational assumptions of modern Western culture, in particular, a way of understanding the human subject in relationship to the natural world in general, end quote. So in most of these theoretical works, anthropocentric views are usually altered by non-human agency and inclusions of practical as well as material terms in cultural theory. The assumption of human exceptionalism is avoided here. Subjects are, to speak with Rosie Braidotti, nomadic, that is to say, transversal, relational, affective, embedded, and embodied. Furthermore, topics such as changed views on or extensions and enhancements of bodies, as well as cyborgs, machines, or artificial intelligences have become quite common subjects. Today we will get a series of presentations that are well informed on these matters. All of our presenters draw from theoretical frameworks such as Foucault, Deleuze, Guattari, Haraway, Braidotti, Karen Barat, and others, ranging from post-structuralism to agential realism, working on examples from the 19th century to the very present times, including the COVID-19 pandemic. And you will also get an overview on theories I just mentioned too. So it's going to be a ride. Sometimes you need to be very awake to catch up on all the details of the sometimes packed inputs, I would call them, that you will receive now. But please use all communicational channels CTM provides you with. We are very happy to answer and discuss your inputs. So I'm very thankful to moderate these topics, and now let's go. Our first presenter is Elina Tapio, who recently is completing a master's degree in cultural analysis at the University of Amsterdam, focusing her research on sound ecology and biopolitical relations between humans and non-humans. And now you've noticed maybe we had to change order, so the presentations will take a different run than on the program you could find on the webpage. The title of Elina's presentation is Sonic Interactivity. The presentation is on
and move towards a sonic interactivity. I'm going to shortly inquire into ways in which the sonorous can reconfigure binaries between presence and non-presence and the biopolitical implications of this. For example, activist movements have highlighted the sonic dimension to address the violence linked to it. Think about the Silence Equals Death project founded in the 80s in response to the AIDS crisis, or the statement "white silence is violence," referring to the lack of speaking up on racial injustice from those who benefit from white supremacy. Such statements point towards the social death that silencing and muteness constitute, and the problem of becoming a sound subject in the ears of the listener. If silence is taken as the sonic paradigm of political imperceptibility, then it is also an essential presentation of the world where power dynamics are located. Here, sonic matter entails an exposure to the other, and its mattering is brought into being by listening. As presence constructs political subjects, it is important to probe how this unfolds when it comes to non-humans, whose agency within our social order of anthropocentrism is bound by their muteness. As such, we may think about binaries between sound versus silence, or signal versus noise, as conjunctures where biopolitical arguments are crystallized. But what is it to listen to those who cannot speak? The way in which I speak of silence here is not a metaphorical tool, but refers to a material ontoepistemic issue on becoming present. Sonic presence substantiates beings with ontological value, which begs the question, what is the place of sound in creating mattering subjects? This leads to consider the premise that to listen to those at the threshold of politics, which present themselves to us as the inconceivable, unapproachable, and the epistemically insecure, is to listen at the threshold of audibility, where the material and phenomenal qualities of sound escape our human system of signification. Thinking with not yet actualized sonic phenomena that persist as silence, unidentifiable vibrations, or the more than human frequencies, as it is here where the limits of our knowing become materialized. Tracing the non-human from the stance of sonic non-presence problematizes a view common to Western modernity that approaches this as the ultimate unknowable, a relative state tied to the notion of a universality of existence and one singular human reality over anything else. Forms of superiority are enabled when confronted with one's limits of knowing and ability to hear the other. As read in this quote from The Sound Machine by Roald Dahl, accessing more than human frequencies in this fictional narrative points towards a lurking danger in crossing borders, a warning sign, for this ultimately shakes the grounds which Enlightenment humanism is built upon. The issue for caring for this world, the inhabitants of it, or the biosphere, seem to more deeply arise as a struggle of understanding one's own relationality to the world. And so an event like ecological crisis keeps on problematizing the notion of humanity. This crisis pushes us to untangle our constrained view of the world, for it weighs heavily onto the shortcomings of anthropocentrism. Sound has a unique disposition to create relations between bodies, in its continuous becoming in the form of resonances that territorialize or deterritorialize the fixivity of things. Through this, we may approach sound as that which highlights the metaphysics outside the realm of static forms or identities, to think with movements, lines, and the dynamic nature of sonorous traces, substituting being with becoming through entanglement and interactivity as configured by Karen Barad. Theories as such point towards entanglements that transpire through the senses, as showcased in this drawing by Tim Ingold. Though this sketch more so describes properties of sight, it fittingly illustrates the sensorial co-constitution of a becoming's identity. But what would it be to think sonically in this way? A common view on the nature of sound is that it is put in motion by a sender body and registers as the signal in the receiver body. In this conversation where vibrational matter constitutes sound and listening amounts to a sonic world making, we run into the twofold issue of what sound is and what listening does. Both hold a partial position. Firstly, human audibility is limited to a tight frequency range. Secondly, with listening, we make meaning according to some pre-established framework, which is ultimately mediated by subjective desire. There can be no pure listening in the same way that there is no pure sound. François Bonnet advocates for what he calls a schizological approach to sound to embrace the unsynthesizable multiplicities it is composed of. As he states, quote, "The schizological objective is not to reduce sound to a physical phenomenal composite object. It is rather a matter of considering sound under its twofold aspect of phenomenon and event, without ever attempting a synthesis of the two. Sound must be considered as a ubiquitous entity located both in the physical generation of a phenomenon, in its propagation, and in its reception," end quote. A heterogeneous approach as such indicates that our responsibility to sound is radically indeterminate. So is the coming of our responsibility towards the sounding environment. To approach an alternative to a humanist search for meaning, I'm drawing attention to the heterogeneity of sonic phenomena and its implication on the stratification of vibrational matter into meaning. For this, Barad's notion of interactivity is explanatory of the unstable trajectories that resonances build. Her theoretical work gives us a new materialist literacy from the perspective of quantum physics. Interactivity refers to the ongoing dynamism between things, a dynamism not merely between separate entities, but from within, entities that become because they interact. As Barad states, quote, "There are no separately determined and individual entities that interact with one another. Rather, the co-constitution of determinately bounded and propertied entities results from specific interactions," end quote. Similarly, in an entanglement, entities become connected and behave in the same way, therefore becoming a system of their own. In other words, they become one system because their individual behavior is co-constituted by one another. Barad questions what are the wider philosophical implications of the unstable nature of quantum phenomena. The end of the atomic reality has been brought about the unreality of quantum theory. This drives us to approach the world at hand through the notion of entanglements and the agencies at play that bring them about. Interactivity aids in probing the material semiotic structuring of meaning and the complex topology between humans and non-humans, beyond reducing these to subject-object relations. Interactivity also reconfigures how responding unfolds, which is how we get into thinking about sonic phenomena in a different way. This too is an act of becoming entangled. When we become exposed to phenomena, we are constitutive subjects in their becoming and vice versa. This makes us all connected into a relational ontology and responsible from within. By this I mean we are already responsible for things, as we are agents who bring agency into being while simultaneously being transformed by the agency of matter. Therefore, the call to responsibility is located within the material assemblages brought about by interactivity. Interactivity shows that matters of care are bound up in the immanent becoming with the world. This accounts for worlds that may become, because they decenter the human from an epistemic nucleus. Thinking through phenomena like entanglements broadens what we may call identity and presence. Applying this to a sonic relationality would make it probabilistic by nature, deconstructing harmful binaries between us and the other. This can move us towards a knowing that unfolds during an encounter rather than being a possessive form of a knowledge of. Probing a sonic response ability becomes an affair in which we move past listening and make room for a becoming sonic. Ever-present interactivity between beings, as this rejects the notion of a fixed entity or an inherent identity. Approaching a sonic episteme on a molecular basis is illuminative of embodiment and a transcorporeal knowing. to approach sound as a tool towards a semiosis that seeks to engage with non-human worlds beyond their humanification, solving ecological conflicts as ontological obstacles. Attuning into sound in this way focuses on the differential co-constitution of interacting beings, which is a much-needed counter-narrative to the caricaturing of non-human worlds within our image. The blueprint for post-human ethics may therefore arrive between the variables of sonorous formations, where knowing the non-human takes place. Recognizing this is one step away from a politicized notion of a singular reality over all beings, and towards a heterogeneous relational interdependency with one's environment. Thank you.
If we try to think of some things we know about our environment, immediately some quite alarming figures spring to mind.
So now we've got like roughly, I think, about 10 minutes, right, for question and answers. And
Yes.
please you can have them on the chat using all channels we got, and the staff members will gather these. You can also use Streamback. And so while people are typing or recording their questions, maybe I might start. Thanks a lot for the fantastic presentation. I was wondering, you cited Karen Barad, and you said you talked about the co-constitution of determinately bounded and propertied entities result from specific interactions, and you used the term of entanglements throughout your presentation, and it's very regularly. Could you please give an example, maybe based on sound, of these interactions within entanglement, which is quite maybe tough to get, because people might not be very much into these theories yet.
Like a sonic example of this, you mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, a large part what I'm basing this on, that has been part of my research also, is bioacoustics and how single species form territories within certain biospheres. Mostly citing Bernie Krause here, he talks a lot about how in a biosphere you have these auditory territories that single species have, but the way they emerge are in relation to other species. So they would occupy a certain auditory niche, whether that be defined by timbre, amplitude, duration. So in order for these sonic territories to form also, it entails a mutual becoming with the other species also. They're wholly relational and interdependent of each other. So I think there's a lot in soundscape ecology that kind of points towards this also already.
Oh yeah, would be great to add the expertise of the upcoming presentation, actually, because I don't think you guys know each other, but Siobhan will be talking about termites, and I think there might be some connections between those presentations which perfectly match, to my opinion. I'm just checking all the channels for people's questions. Okay, at the moment I don't see any of these. Did you use categories of these types of sonic relationalities yet, or does this work as an heuristic or taxonomy? How do you use them, or is it more a descriptive way that you apply these?
Maybe just something we can get attuned to and understand how we approach other beings. Rather than, let's say, from a linguistic paradigm, but something that refers to more than just fixed categories. Because I'm approaching sound in a way that it refers to the poetics of time and space, and how the material qualities of it produce phenomena, and how we're also agents in how that is brought about. So not only have I been looking a lot into bioacoustics, but also mostly in like art objects and how different art objects deal with interjecting non-human agency into the way they produce their art, which I think is very interesting in this conversation.
We've got one question on the chat, and I will just read it to you. Hannah's asking if you could go into Dahl's sound machine more and how the short story relates to your research.
Yeah, so in this story, it's this very short rudimentary narrative of the protagonist who creates this machine that he can suddenly access these frequency levels where the biosphere sounds out. And how the narrative unfolds is this very human emotional response and trying to understand it through this kind of anthropocentric point of view in a way that how to give justice to the suffering plants, because there's flowers being cut down in this story and a tree wounded with an axe, which results in him asking a doctor to fix it up with iodine. But I think the story sort of humorously comments on like the shortcomings of anthropocentrism also, because then as we see with the way that, not completely, but how ecological crisis is dealt with is often trying to impose a humane framework onto the suffering of ecology, which doesn't really lead us to anywhere. But it kind of, the way where this is coming from is that testimonies of violence are often associated. So it becomes a very curious question to ask, like, how can an environment testify to acts of violence? Which is sort of the whole point of this research, then, to move away from these testimonies to rather like a relationality through sound, and how we might understand, for instance, let's say, ecocide in certain areas of the world as spaces of disappearance, for instance, where the soundscape has radically been transformed by forces of industrial capitalism or something. Yeah.
Thank you. Now there's a question from Federico. I hope this one could get a short answer. I will just read it to you. It is, how do you think bioacoustics and sound ecology should be included into the policies of music cities?
Music cities.
You know, that's a huge.
I mean, coming back to what I said about testifying to violence, I think with soundscape ecology, you kind of get a hearing into transformations within a certain area. So if we're talking about, I mean, are we talking about sort of the destruction of certain biological areas or biospheres? Because then we can kind of maybe listen through of what those changes have been. Does that answer the question?
Well, I just read it to you, actually. Federico can answer in the chat. I think it's a tough one, actually, because, I mean, we know there's so many translations between these theoretical approaches and maybe the recenter and the non-anthropocentric approaches, and then on the other end there's policies. So I mean, there's a huge way to go to include these sort of approaches into policies of music cities, I think. So it needs different actors to engage on these aspects, I think.
Yeah, I mean that's the kind of the difficulty of this whole conversation, because when it comes to policy or even politics, you're kind of talking about certain territorial behavior. If we define politics in a way that it's the inclusion of some beings and the exclusion of others, and then you have this, the way I'm talking about sound here is this immanent becoming with the world, which is a very deterritorializing way to approach other beings. So I guess to that, I would say, with the things that I'm talking about, I mean, we try to more find alternatives of how to think differently about them. But there is definitely, as you pointed out, actually finding tools to create policies out of this would then almost kind of be antithetical to what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So, and Taika also responded to that question. She said, we need to think of the non-humane more. And I think so. Then this is part of our panel today. And taking a look at our time, I think we're about to be done. Or is there anything you need to add or anything you want to have some famous last words or something? Your last 2 cents?
Oh, God. I don't think so. I mean, I'll be in the Discord chat if anyone else has more questions I can answer there.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, keep this in mind. All of the presenters will stay here even after the panel is done. There's another half an hour, so we'll be on the Discord chat as well. So then, thanks a lot, Elina, and we need to switch for the next presenter, which I will introduce right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, our second presenter is Siobhan Leddy, who is currently a first-year PhD student at the Freie University at Berlin. She's an occasional artist and writer researching more than human communication and artistic practice, and she's already published in The Outline, Real Life, and others. The title of today's presentation is Termite Listening, Environmental Knowledge Through Sound. Welcome, Siobhan, the virtual stage.
If we try to think of some things we know about our environment, immediately some quite alarming figures spring to mind. Accelerating rates of species extinction, sea temperature increases, elevated carbon emissions. Through data such as these, we comprehend the planet. Data-driven knowledge often appears to be definitive, as though this cybernetic or computational approach is the only mode of knowledge capable of conveying the true realities of climate change. Yet despite the abundance of figures, numbers and trends, this form of knowledge has failed to mobilize meaningful change. We have more awareness than ever of, say, the disastrous effects of CO2 emissions, yet more fossil fuels are burned each year. And perhaps one reason for this disjuncture between knowledge and action is because the very logic that underpins data-driven knowledge is only capable of reproducing those same capitalist human-planet relations. By replicating the same logics of capitalism, data-driven knowledge forecloses any possibility of transforming many humans' current Promethean relation to the Earth. Data-driven knowledge has an accumulative tendency. While capital must endlessly colonize and financialize that which lies outside of itself, as Rosa Luxemburg correctly noted a century ago, data likewise attempts to bring the entire planet into its own logic. Data must datify the Earth, abstracting it into numerical forms in order to fit predictive climate algorithms. By following a logic of first abstraction of the Earth and then its accumulation, might be no less a restrictive fantasy that forecloses more emancipatory earthly futures. So I'm curious about other modes of knowledge creation and sharing between humans, non-humans, and material environments. If it's the abstractive and accumulative tendencies of capitalism that are responsible for climate collapse in the first place, then a kind of knowledge is required that works against rather than mimics these logics. Rather than a Promethean accumulation reality, could a relation be predicated on a partial reception of receiving the knowledge that's offered to us? And this isn't a passive relation, but rather an active cultivation of what Rosalind Morris has called the miner's ear. And like the miner listening out for tunnel collapse, we might be able to attune ourselves to changes in our environment. And I call this termite listening, not so much to escape the anthropocentrism of the ear, but rather because soldier termites are very sensitive to the sonic behavior of not only their nestmates, but significantly their material environments. The substrate of the nest itself is a vital part of termite communication practices and knowledge transfer. And there are many examples of non-human sonic knowledge, nearly all of which takes place without ears. Fruit flies, for example, detect vibrations via their antennae, while snakes use the bones in their jaw. The larvae of 2 species of hornet, Vespa orientalis, which you can see the adult of here, and Vespa crabro, scrape their mandibles against the comb wall of their nest, inducing vibrations, which are felt by the workers who then come to feed the larvae. Particularly mysteriously, plants perceive sound in ways that we don't really understand, possibly related to tension in the xylem vessel. Among social insects, substrate vibrations, which travel through the material of the nest, for example, are the most common kind of sonic communication. Because these creatures can't hear airborne sounds, the environment itself becomes fundamental to the communication assemblage, and these vibrations are picked up by the subgenual organ, which is located in the tibia part of the leg. Termites in particular communicate by raising their heads and smashing them against the colony's substrate, creating pulses of low-frequency vibration around 20 Hz. They create a repeated drumming motion to communicate signals for courtship and mating, maternal care, foraging, predation, and predator avoidance. These vibrations are also used to learn more about their environments. Two lower drywood termite species, Cryptotermes secundus and Cryptotermes domesticus, determine the size of foraged pieces of wood using vibration. Termite drumming is also elicited in response to environmental change, such as sudden bright light, water, or air currents in the nest. Termites drum not only to disturbances, but also to the drumming signals of nearby soldiers, and together they amplify these signals so they carry further along the nest galleries, which you can see here. Termite communication is therefore local and partial, but very flexible, expanding when other termites join into that communication network. I refer to termite listening practices for two reasons. Firstly, understanding how social insects use their environments could help us to better themselves. Secondly, and more my focus, is that termite communication is, as a social assemblage of multiple bodies and environments, may offer a blueprint for environmental listening. While airborne cochlear sound, as we do as humans, that kind of listening suggests a distance from the listened to object, termite listening, meanwhile, is a more entangled kind of environmental listening. The substrate or material environment is as much a part of the communication assemblage as any other interlocutor, which are always plural anyway. So how might we, like termites, attune ourselves better to our environment and each other so that other kinds of earthly knowledges might be shared? Could involving the material environment itself into our communications even transform that Promethean relation of humans to the Earth's other inhabitants, whether alive or inert? So I propose a kind of listening practice that builds on what Will Scrimshaw has described as non-cochlear sound. And thinking of non-cochlear sound in terms of the posthuman is nothing new. As music theorist Robin James and composer Christopher Swithenbank have both noted, new materialist scholars like Elizabeth Gross, Jane Bennett and Karen Barad all theorize sound in terms of vibration or rhythm to conceptualize more than human ways of being. Jane Bennett's vital materialism, for example, proposes that all matter vibrates with life, a vitality that's equivalent to a kind of agency. Musician and philosopher Steve Goodman, also known as Code 9, refers to an ontology of vibrational force in order to expand sound into its most universal and non-anthropocentric understanding, more related to affect than the ear. In his vibrational ontology, all entities, alive and inert, are affected by the vibrations and rhythms of other entities. Sound thus becomes a universal force, since at a quantum level at the very least, everything vibrates. Material stillness is only supposed by humans based on our threshold of perception. And the diagram you see here is a diagram of string vibration, which is a theoretical concept from quantum physics. Kind of ontologies repeat once again the same accumulations and aspiration towards totality that I described at the beginning of this paper. As media theorist Eva Haifa-Giraud writes, quote, "It is important to recognize that all epistemologies or political and ethical approaches, even complex, pluralistic and seemingly open ones, carry their own emissions," end quote. Robin James takes us further, underscoring the violence of such a universalizing gesture. In a new materialist ontology in which all entities are resonate, affecting one another through vibration, what's coded out into the red? What, in other words, is left outside in the creation of a total sonic ontology? And such a universalism also risks foreclosing the exact emancipatory politics it wants to unfold in the first place. As Jóri writes, any politics that insists on total inclusion neglects the fact that some forms of exclusions and refusals are actually quite productive. So I'm less interested in these kind of questions. Into a universal shared quality that disappears from view. We might instead want to localize vibrational knowledge, bringing it into a threshold of perceptibility. Think again of the termite colony, in which meaningful and tangible environmental knowledge transfer takes place. But I'm interested in the kinds of conditions that could bring together similar material communication assemblages. So in other words, how could a communication network involving humans, non-humans, and material environments be mediated? And this is in part a question of broadening a perceptual threshold in a moment of encounter. Practically speaking, perhaps something like an artwork could be of help with this. In an environmental sound work, for instance, technology may be used to amplify the sounds of a particular creature, or perhaps transduce vibration into various materials. An artwork is, in the broadest terms, much like the termite colony, a constructed and localized environment of bodies and materials that organizes non-linguistic or affective communication. Thought of as a colony, then, an artwork could help unfold the kinds of knowledge that avoid some of the pitfalls I've described in this paper. An artwork is fundamentally non-universal. No artwork can ever be an ontology, or infinite or planetary, and exclusions are therefore inevitable. They're built into the logic of the work. And likewise, due to its affective nature, any knowledge acquired is kind of implicitly understood to be partial. These ideas require a lot more thought, of course, but I am quite interested in what bringing the material environment itself into a pluralized network of knowledge transfer could do. What kinds of relations could it unfold? What kinds of receptivity could it cultivate? Termite listening means listening not only to our environments, but with it, bound together, albeit temporarily and partially, in a moment of listening.
My talk is in a part of the conference called Posthuman Sounds. What is it that we mean by posthuman, and what would it mean to come up with a...
There's a little overlap for the upcoming presentation. So, Siobhan, thanks a lot for a talk. Also a great input, and I think it kind of matched your two presentations pretty well. I found this very striking, and how you develop this based on termite listening and environmental listening as an entangled mode of listening. And your approach is the artwork as a colony, and you talk about amplification of vibrations or transduction to various materials. I was just wondering, how does one broaden or lower his or her perceptional thresholds in these types of networks of human, non-human material environments? You said it could be artistic approach, or that there need to be artistic expertise. Is that right? You've got an idea? Can you translate this to me a little? Because that was kind of hard to get.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I guess one thing I didn't say in the video is that this is kind of preliminary research for an artistic research project I plan to create in the next sort of year or so. But I guess in terms of kind of increasing that perceptual threshold, and artwork is just kind of one example of creating that kind of miner's ear or termite listening practice, or whatever we want to call it, because it's very much like a technological intervention into a space and kind of allows you access to particular kinds of sonic communication events. But it could also be, for example, something like a somatic bodywork that trains you to kind of be better at receiving these environmental signals. So it's just kind of one example. Something I kind of think about quite often are people who are quite often dismissed as like delusional, who have these like earthquake sensitivities, and they kind of perceive supposedly before an earthquake these kind of ringings in their ear or kind of a feeling. And I don't know, this is like a really interesting and quite appealing idea, you know, how can we kind of increase our geosensitivity? And I'm kind of less interested in whether or not there's like credible evidence to kind of back up the idea of geosensitivity, because I think, you know, it's a much more complex form of knowledge.
Thank you. So we're waiting for people to ask or send in questions or send in streamcasts. We are well prepared. You can use all kinds of channels we've got. So far, I don't see any actually. So you will have your chance, because I've got one follow-up thing. Because is it for the because I read a lot about these amplification things, also for people maybe who are deaf, and so the do you think these like bodily listening is something that is also an inclusive activity per se? So, or something that we can also use for artistic research, maybe to not work with the cochlear sound? You said the non-cochlear sound actually is more interesting than the one based on the air. So, what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite tricky, because I don't necessarily want to start creating these hierarchies of listening practices. And I think there's this kind of tendency sometimes that, you know, as soon as we've discovered this form of listening, to kind of throw out the last kind. But yeah, I mean, it certainly is kind of like useful. I mean, I know like Christine's son, Kim, for example, has done a lot of interesting artworks related to vibration and deafness and this kind of thing. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of tricky, because obviously embodied listening allows for reaching beyond species lines a little bit more, but it also, you know, all bodies are different, so there will be a kind of relativism to some extent as well. So again, I'm not trying to create these like universalizing gestures either, because I think that can be quite an oppressive thing.
For sure. And there's another, let's say, pragmatic one on the chat that says, speaking of geosensitivity, because you were talking about this, you spoke about the need to increase sensibility. And P1XY is wondering, that sounds lovely, but how? How do you increase sensibility?
Yeah, that's the million-dollar question. I mean, I think, as I said, something like an artwork that allows for a mediation. You know, I talked, I think, a little bit about amplification, or something like sonification, visualization. These are kind of modes that can increase our perceptual threshold. But yeah, in terms of like practically how, like what that might look like, I don't know right now. That's to come.
Okay, as you said, this is an ongoing research project, and you will be working on this, and maybe next year you can show some examples how these sort of approaches might look like, or what sort of artworks could be amplifying or transducing things. So that's perfectly fine. You know, I'm the timekeeper too, so I think if there are no urgent questions right now on the chat, I would rather go on, because the next presentation is going to be a bit more than 10 minutes. I know, because I already watched them. So you will also be on the Discord channel, and people can chat with you. And
yeah, that's right.
Presenter, which is Andrea Liu. She's an NYC Berlin-based artist and researcher. She received her undergraduate education at Yale University and was awarded artist residencies in the US, Berlin, Copenhagen, Barcelona, Prague, and Italy. Today, she will talk about connections between sonic theory and posthumanism. The original title of the presentation was something based on Occupy Wall Street, but actually, in fact, due to the pandemic, her speech will take a different turn right now. Deliver insights into different strands of posthumanism plus a view to the past. So, welcome, Andrea. The virtual stage is yours now.
My talk isn't a part of the conference called Posthuman Sounds. What is it that we mean by posthuman, and what would it mean to come up with a sonic theory of posthumanism? Posthumanism as a philosophy has many heterogeneous factions and splinter groups, not all of which comprise a compatible set of theoretical positions. I'm going to share my screen now. Quoting from Anti-Oedipus, Deleuze and Guattari, there's no such thing as either man or nature now, only a process that produces one within the other and couples machines together. Producing machines, desiring machines everywhere, schizophrenic machines, all of species of life, the self and the non-self, outside and inside, no longer have any meaning whatsoever. The subject is not a person, not a whole, but a part of the whole that is made up of parts. It is part of the machine and also itself, divided into cuts from the continuous material flow and parts of the detached signifying chain. Philosophers like Deleuze and Manuel de Landa talk about bodies no longer being bound by skin, but rather flows of affect and intensities, where thought is not human in its origin, but non-local and pre-subjective. This brings us to the Catherine Hale's Donna Haraway wing of posthumanism, the late 20th century cybernetic dream of transforming bodies into information or non-matter, where the boundaries of the autonomous subject are up for grabs, the union of the human with intelligent machine. Hales writes that in the posthuman, there are no essential differences or absolute demarcations between bodily existence and computer simulation, cybernetic mechanism and biological organism, robot teleology and human goals. We can think of the famous Alvin Toffler quote, "The central event of the 20th century is the overthrow of matter." This dominant strand of posthuman thought that views the body as only a shell that will ultimately be left behind, with subjectivity dispersed throughout the cybernetic circuit. Catherine Hales writes, when system boundaries are defined by information flows and feedback loops rather than epidermal surfaces, a subject becomes a system to be assembled and disassembled rather than an entity whose organic wholeness can be assumed. It's all very 1980s, and by that I mean popular culture of 1980s. You think of films like Total Recall, RoboCop, Blade Runner, novels like William Gibson's Neuromancer, this techno-fetishistic infatuation and enrapturement with effective technology on human consciousness, these poetic rhapsodies and totalizing hyperbole about how technology will change human ontology. If anything, COVID-19 pandemic is a raging refutation of this cybernetic dream that we're going to transcend, supersede, or render irrelevant our biological embodiment. COVID is a stinging rebuke to this cybernetic posthumanist claim that we can shed our bodies and live in an immaterial realm, as it has proven that we're still very chained to the hyperfragility of our human biology. Now, the second strain of posthumanism I want to address is critical posthumanism, shored up by thinkers like Rosi Brediati. I would characterize this almost as a activist posthumanism, rails against the hypocrisy and the hollowness of the false claims of universalism that underlie the Western canon, Enlightenment, modern philosophical practices, basically humanism. It rejects this paradigm of human as subject and world as object, an idea upon which both our exploitation and our sentimental and nostalgic view of the world is based. It's a critique of anthropocentrism, human exceptionalism, species supremacy, this notion that, nature is just an endless supply of resources for humans to exploit. It's almost a demonization of humanism. It wants to knock the human off its pedestal. It's very POC, people of color / LGBT oriented, much more so than Hales or Haraway. In fact, Steve Goodman, author of Sonic Warfare, calls Hales white posthumanism, wants to give a voice to the voiceless, all the entities that were never elevated to the rank of the human in the first place. To quote music journalist Caldwell Eshin, for African Americans, because the experiences of the Middle Passage, slavery, colonization, and racism have worked to systematically exclude Black people from humanist claims. For Black people, the human is a pointless and treacherous category. It's important to note how much post-humanism is indebted to post-structuralism, to Foucault, even going back farther than post-structuralists to Nietzsche, howsoever post-humanists may despise or deride, let's say, or dismiss post-structuralists, because of course post-humanism came out of this exhaustion with post-structuralist fixation on language and representation. But if it was not for Foucault's proclamation of the end of man in the order of things that gave rise to the possibility of decentering the human, deconstructing the human as the main political referent, there never would have been this epistemic opening upon which for posthumanism to arise. So when we look at different strands of posthumanism, I've only covered two here. This is a sort of a graph I've made of the different strands. I want to point out the distinction between a type of posthumanism that criticizes either the role of the humanism, or anthropocentrism, but not so much human beings or being human itself, versus a more uncompromising, radical, eliminative posthumanism that actually involves thinking a world without humans, a world in which existing modes of human life are no longer possible. It seeks to undo the human category and conceive of being and becoming without reference to a human condition. When you look at different strands of posthumanism, these are 4 cleavage points with which you can use to differentiate them. Consciousness, the notion of consciousness, is it one of a sovereign discrete entity, or is it a distributed consciousness? Number 2, is human agency just one impetus within a complex, larger network of agencies, or is there something special about human agency? Number 3, the degree to which the theory rejects, undermines, corroborates, confirms, or even celebrates the human as a separate and independent form of life. And number 3 is, of course, manifested in number 2 and number 1. Number 4, embodiment. It's a position of great socioeconomic privilege to espouse a theory based on disembodiment. Imagine a shipyard worker who spends 14 hours a day unloading 40-kilo boxes from a ship onto a dock. I bet he can never, espouse a theory that predicated upon the, leaving the body behind as a shell. So David Cececcio, author of Humanistic Sound and Technological Posthumanism, he observes how sound studies has been relatively absent from posthuman discourse. Of course, posthumanism poses a challenge to sound studies because sound is, by its very definition, anthropocentric. As physiologist Johannes Müller wrote in 1823, without the organ of hearing with its vital endowments, there would be no such thing as sound in the world, but merely vibrations. Sound has been ridden with religious biases about the positive role of hearing, salvation, these trans-historical essentialist idealization of hearing as a type of pure interiority, and the sonic dimension of experience as the closest thing we have to divinity. These 2,000-year-old Christian theologies of listening, and the idea that speech is one of the essential characteristics of humanity. It's what separates humans from animals, has a long history dating back to ancient Greece. All these ideas that, humans are special, humans are different from everyone else, these are exactly the suppositions that critical posthumanism was seeking to overturn. So in order to problematize these essentialist assumptions about the authenticity of human voice, I want to turn to Jonathan Stern in The Audible Past. He says, the claim that sound reproduction has alienated the voice from the human body implies that the voice and the body existed in some prior, holistic, unalienated, and self-present relation. They assume that at some time prior to the invention of sound reproduction technologies, the body was whole, undamaged, and phenomenologically coherent. By extension, this is to argue that all modern life is disorienting, that the only subject that is whole or at peace with itself is one that is not mediated or fragmented by technology. But the idea of the body's phenomenological unity and sanctity gains power precisely at the moment in its history that the body is being taken apart, reconstructed, and problematized, the 18th and 19th centuries. In contrast, medieval thought and practice often constructed the body as a filthy container for the soul, something to be transcended and overcome in the afterlife. Another thing that poses something of a conundrum for sound studies to be integrated into posthuman discourse is that the history of sound recording is inextricably linked to death. And I'm not sure where that leaves us, with posthuman ideas. With the advent of sound recording in the 19th century, heralded as being able to bring back voices of the dead. I mean, we take it for granted now, but imagine in the middle of the 19th century, where once a person dies, you never hear their voice anymore. Imagine, how startling it would be with the advent of sound recording that you could hear the voices of dead people. As Jonathan Stern says, in this respect, sound recording followed innovations in other major 19th century industries like canning and embalming. Through the historical process of making sound recording more permanent, which began as nothing more than a Victorian fantasy about a machine, the historical process was itself altered. As beliefs surrounding death, the preservation of the dead body, transcendence and temporality shaped or explained sound reproduction, sound reproduction itself became a distinctive way of relating to, understanding, and experiencing death. So, when we think of how can sound studies and posthumanism be in fruitful dialogue with each other, instead of going into the future, which is what we usually associate with posthumanism, science fiction, future, I would suggest we go back into the past, into the mid or late 1800s, where we find the first stirrings of posthumanist thought, or what might be considered posthumanist suppositions, without them ever being called posthumanist thought. For instance, in the Audible Past quoting, we learned Johannes Müller's 1856 theory eradicated distinctions between internal and external sensations, resulting in a mechanical rather than spiritual ground for sensation. Whatsoever stimulated the nerve could cause the sensation. Müller's concept of hearing is therefore antithetical to romantic notions of inner perception. While the latter approaches imagine a willful subject immersed in world of sensuous experience, Müller's sensing subject is more like an amalgamation of perceptual events connected to both internal and external stimuli. So here we have the first blueprint of a post-human listener. Instead of the sovereign human subject doing the listening, my listening is merely spliced into a network of existing sensations and perceptual events. The second example I want to use is the phonautograph, invented in 1857 by Martinville. It was a device so that deaf people could see sound. It was produced images from sound vibrations by tracing the sound waves on blackened glass or paper. Alexander Bell wanted to perfect it. He was married to a deaf person. He wanted deaf people to be more integrated into hearing society. Now, it failed, but the phonautograph, the failure of the phonautograph eventually led to the phonograph, leading Friedrich Kittler to say deafness was at the very beginning of sound reproduction. So quoting from the Audible Past, in his early experiments with the phonautograph, Bell was struck by its structural similarity to the human ear and sought to better imitate that ear function. When he reported this idea to his friend Clarence Blake, Blake suggested that, you just get to this image of that's the sketch of it. Blake suggested using an actual human ear for the machine. Blake had studied hearing and perception and taught Bell the workings of the human ear. Taking advantage of his connections with the Harvard Medical School, Blake procured 2 ears, one for Bell and one for himself. Each ear was then affixed to a machine, and the ear phonautograph was born. So this, is like quintessential tropes of high posthumanism, right? The seamless melding of human and machine. And furthermore, the destabilization even of the demarcation between human and machine, right? Parts of human anatomy are being grafted onto machine in order to help deaf people hear better. So if we roam around in these 19th century understandings of hearing, the construction of the ear as a discrete object of medical knowledge, and the growth of otology as a field of medical science, the rise of the ear as a unique sound appliance, and Stern's assertion that sound reproduction technologies depend on humans delegating our hearing to machines that hear for us. Within this milieu, we can stumble upon the first stirrings of posthumanist ideas without them ever being labeled as posthumanism.
So here we are, Andrea. Good to see you live.
Hi. Good to see you. Good to see you.
For your presentation. So I've got one question on at the very beginning. There was quite a statement that I stumbled across, and you said COVID-19 is a stinging rebuke that we can live in a material realm. So do you consider these recent developments and the pandemic and home concerts and all the other stuff going on right now, is this a social and theoretical burning glass at the moment for you? How do you use this, or does this contribute to your thoughts that you just delivered?
Yeah, when you say a burning glass, you mean a type of prism that it's being reflected through, or?
Yeah, or you might take a closer look at something, or is this also adding to your theoretical thoughts that you just delivered?
Right. Yeah. No, I think the COVID remark really it came out of just my frustration. Maybe I shouldn't be saying this, but my frustration with how these ideas of posthumanism are incredibly elitist, and these. You think of Institute for the Future of Humanities, that's the big post-humanist institute. It's at Oxford, and it's very capital intensive, and multi-million-dollar projects to try to find prosthesis or try to extend human life. And, you have to have tremendous capital and tremendous privilege to involve yourself in this fantasy that we're going to leave our bodies behind. So I think that aspect, I just sort of threw that in there, even though that was not really in the flow of the theory of what I was talking about, because I think it has to. I just like when theories are just, for me, posthumanism, like Catherine Hales would know, I take her seriously as literary theory, but I don't take her seriously as philosophy or as like social criticism. I don't think she captures anything about our world, because it's only the top 1% or 50.56% of the population that could possibly propose such a thing, that we that we can live, we can leave our body behind, that it's possible to live life on Earth without bodies. The other thing, there's also a tremendous tautology at the heart of posthumanism, which is that it's all about sort of as I said, knocking the human off the pedestal. But if we were really in a posthumanist moment, then it would not be humans that were doing the theorizing. It would be like animals or plants or monkeys or whatever. And there's sort of a tautology. Let me put it to you this way. I think Gitri Spivak, the post-colonial theorist in the 90s, she said something like, the same people who told me 20 years ago that I can't have a voice are the same people who are telling me now that I do have a voice. Nothing has changed. So before it was humans saying, we're the center of everything. Now in posthumanism, it's like they're saying, no, humans, we're not at the center of anything. You guys, this noblesse oblige, we don't want humans to be the center of everything, but it's still humans that are calling the shots. It's not like monkeys or, something are like, propounding the theory of posthumanism. And I think I just want to say Gary Hall really captured this well. He's the, of all the posthumanist theories, he's the only one who has talked about this. He's not a posthumanist theory, but he talked about this inconsistency. And let me just give you a little bit of what he said. I couldn't fit it into my talk. This is Gary Hall of Center for Post-Digital Cultures in the UK. Even the most apparently radical of post-human and anti-humanist theories, including new materialist, media archaeologists, and object-oriented philosophers, they may endeavor to decenter humanism and the human from their traditional place at the heart of Western thought by privileging the non-human, the object, and the planetary-wide crisis of life itself, articulated by the concept of the Anthropocene. But the main way such theorists do so is by writing big mansplaining books containing original ideas and ontologies attributed to them as individual human authors, very much to the exclusion of other human and non-human actors and elements on a copyright, all rights reserved basis. To put it briefly and in the most obvious of terms, animals cannot own copyright. As we know from the case of Naruto, and he talks about this monkey that took a selfie and then, theory is incredibly removed from, it's incredibly elitist in a way, as I already said, I guess. Yeah. I don't know, does that answer the question?
Oh, yeah, I think it did by far. So, well, we still got some couple of minutes for more questions from the audience using the live stream or the stream back options that you could choose. I'm just checking if we've got some questions right now. So I just keep on one more thing, because I've got I very much like the idea to jump back rather than to take a look at the future, and I like the idea of going back to the phonograph, talking about dead people. So and I was kind of missing one thing, because talking about dead people and bodies and so on. Where's the theoretical bridge, actually? So and I was thinking, or I was just wondering if maybe also ontology approaches might somehow fit in, talking about these things from the past within sounds and so on. Does this kind of make sense to you, or is it something that doesn't really fit into what you just delivered?
Yeah, I think so. I think what I was trying to do, and I guess I wanted to explain this better. There wasn't enough time. What I was trying to do with the very heavy reliance on Jonathan Stern's audible past as sort of the bulwark for my theory of how my proposal for how posthumanism and sound studies can is that I get frustrated because there's a lot of what I call sloppy posthumanism or lazy posthumanism, I think, in a lot of sounds. And let me give you an example. Like just this idea that any artist who uses an avatar is posthuman, or Laurie Anderson's technologized alter ego, or she shares use of the modified cyborg voice in the hit song Believe, and people would say, oh yeah, that's posthuman. Once I read in a musicology journal, I can't remember the author, he said, well, rock music is humanist and electronic music is posthuman, because rock music is about expressing yourself and the singer-songwriter and using your own voice, and then electronic music is this like submersion of the human subject into a distributed system in which all the individual layers and components are allowed to speak. And I just I was frustrated with this, because I thought this naive equation of rock music equals humanism equals authentic equals good. This is exactly this is what I call lazy posthumanism. This elevation of humans, like humans are better than everybody else. Humans are what makes us special. These are exactly the suppositions that critical posthumanism was seeking to overturn. So I just I think the problem. I think the problem is that posthumanism it's a philosophy, and then the transition of posthumanism into an aesthetic is something that I find, I guess, problematic. As I said, like when people say, hey, any musician who uses an avatar is posthuman. Like that does not do justice to the breadth of what posthumanism was trying to say. So, but your question to do with ontology, I'm trying to think. And you said, how are you relating that to the body? You said that me bringing up like the dead ear and everything, that's what made you think of ontology. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, but this might not be important enough to keep on talking, because when I take a look at the time, I think we're already done. We can continue this maybe on the Discord chat.
Oh, okay.
And invite people there, because what you just said was even more important than my little thought about building a theoretical bridge between two things. I very much like the idea of having critique and not just naive applications of some sort of posthuman strategies and things. I very much like that, what you had in the end. So for me, this would be a fairly good good ending right now. So just in case, if you want to add something more, I know you did prepare more than we just saw, but maybe this is also like a good teaser to invite people to join in on Discord chat and talk to us there. Okay, yeah. And I think then we're about on the, you'll see we've got a little that's called intermission right now. And the Research Network Day will continue at 10 to 2 Central European Time. Thanks, every presenters, and maybe we see each other or write each other on Discord. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Everyone, and welcome to the second module of the Research Networking and magic. And when I had to kind of prepare a little lecture about it, that what is going to be the topic of this session, I was really in trouble, because I was like, okay, there are going to be so different topics here. So I thought that let's see what are going to be the overlaps between those lectures who you will listen to later on. So Emre will, for example, talk of East and Southeast Asian instruments developed by European companies and the problematics around this phenomenon from a post-colonial studies point of view. And then Batool Desouky will bring us into a journey to the Arabic-Persian tradition about the potentials of magic in computational research. And finally, Luca will talk about sonic manspreading, an artistic research tool that challenges the gender binary and the Anglo-European invasive perspective of occupying space. So as you can hear, there will be three kind of different topics here, but at the same time, I'm really sure that there are so many overlaps between them. And I really think that this session will challenge some settled epistemologies and propose critical aspects about transcultural sound practices, magic, gender, and the sonic aspects of occupying spaces. So be thrilled about those topics. And I'd like to introduce the first presenter, Emre, who is a poet and music maker based in Berlin, and she's working toward a master's in modern South Asian and Southeast Asian studies at the Humboldt-University of Berlin, with a research focus on cultural transfer ethnic sound, I'm sorry. So we will play now this video.
Hello everyone, my name is Emre and I am a student at the Humboldt-University here in Berlin in the program of Modern South and Southeast Asian Studies. I and native instruments have produced extensive sample libraries of non-Western instruments. Note here some of the language used to market these products: ethnic, totally authentic, discovery series. Of these ethnic products, I am interested particularly in the digital versions of East and Southeast Asian instruments, and my research project will seek to contextualize these products. Methods are based in interviews with producers, composers, and musicians who engage explicitly with Chinese and Indonesian music traditions. I will analyze these interviews using the concept of cultural transfer, as applied to music sociology and anthropology by Jennida Kim. Cultural transfer, on a basic level, describes a set of processes that facilitate the mobility of culture, which inextricably stand, as Kim says, in relation to existing social, cultural, and cognitive systems of society. Depending on the power constellation, cultural transfer could take on the forms of circulation, emergence, adaptation, transformation, appropriation, even infection, etc., etc. For me, the term helps to both isolate and connect systems, agents, and institutions for deeper analysis. My approach is trans-regional in the hope of finding meaningful distinctions overlapping in these regions. And I will try to mitigate my own positionality by foregrounding the analytic input of research participants themselves, and to the extent possible, utilizing historical and theoretical work from non-Western scholars. So my main lines of inquiry are: how are these digital instruments situated in the history of musical transfer between Europe, Southeast Asia, and East Asia? In what ways do digitalized instruments differ from acoustic instruments? And what are the impacts of instrument digitalization on the mobility, preservation, and ownership of these music traditions? My case study is Sonic Couture's Chinese and Indonesian instruments. First, the sheng, which is a kind of mouth organ that requires circular breathing. Then there's the guzheng, which is a plucked zither. Its trademark sound is that of pitch sliding and vibrato, created by applying pressure to the plucked string to the left side of the bridge. Sonic Couture has attempted to capture the nuanced sounds created by these specific techniques. Their digital sheng has a breath direction setting, which produces a slight change in intonation. And their guzheng, they offer various vibrato settings and pitch bending modules. Likewise, their Balinese gamelan, they've put a lot of attention to detail into it. And the gamelan, which is an ensemble of instruments composed of various percussive and melodic instruments, is captured by Sonic Couture by over 8,000 recordings. And they have attempted to capture the signature shimmer of Balinese gamelan through a setting that slightly detunes doubled instruments, which causes this effect. Well, the production value is high and impressive. It is important to know that Sonic Couture is an English company founded in 2005 by two British men, Dan Powell and James Thompson, who have a background in sound design. In interviews, they have said that what sets them apart from competitors is their affinity for strange sounds. This, along with the Orientalist vocabulary used in their marketing materials, harkens back to a long history of cultural imperialism. To give a very quick and incomplete answer to this question and sketch of the historical background, I'll quickly describe how the colonial period, which was over 300 years of Dutch interference and occupation in Indonesia. For China, there was the presence of British imperialism, and these eras brought about circulation of cultural souvenirs and chinoiserie, which piqued the Oriental appetite of European audiences. At the turn of the century, the cultural tourism industry was born in Indonesia, and this increased travel and exhibitions like the World's Fair led to the spread of European and US imitations in their performances and compositions. The Western agenda of cultural diplomacy during the Cold War increased funding for intercultural collaboration, and at the same time, the number of non-native gamelan ensembles in the US, as well as Europe and Japan, was rising. Recently, over the past several decades, the rise of electronic music and sampling and the development of digital tools have ushered us into an era where old imperialist motifs live on in the updated forms of techno-Orientalism and techno-primitivism, which Fatone defines as the juxtaposition of a nostalgia for the primitive and exotic with a reverence for high technology. As we move into the second research question, I begin to feature quotations from surveys I've conducted with artists so far. So in what ways do digitalized instruments differ from acoustic instruments? One area of difference is music theory. While the digitalized instrument may carry the timbre, it is not embedded with the musical rules, says Bilawa Respati, a Javanese gamelan musician. Techniques are also lost. Casamin, member of Gabber Modus Operandi, says that it's not only about the sound of the gamelan, but also the quality of how it's played. Uwe Sheng, virtuoso, says that a digital instrument captures only 30 or 40% of the essence of the sheng. Then there is the issue of the individual control versus an ensemble of players, which is particularly applicable to the digitalized gamelan. So traditionally, says Bilawa, gamelan involves group interactions, with each instrument having a specific musical function and responsibility. Moreover, musical rules and idioms are recorded in idiomatic melodies that are unique to each instrument. Taking away that ensemble control creates a massive difference in the digitalized instrument controlled by one single individual. And a final area of difference relates to live performance, with a reflection from Kassaman about meaningful differences in sound and experience. The beauty of the acoustic gamelan, even the most beautiful mic and speaker can't really replicate this. He's talking about a recording of a live performance, and the digitalized instrument is yet one step further removed. And now we'll take a look at the third research question. What are the impacts of instrument digitalization? One area of impact that several respondents picked up on was accessibility and awareness, that these digitalized instruments increase availability and accessibility to a larger audience. People will have easier access to the gamelan. Here is what Ariel William Ora, artist and founder of Soy Division, is talking about. The gamelan is multiple instruments, heavy, rare, handmade instruments, and the digitalized version will definitely increase access and maybe spread some more cultural information about the instrument. It could also be used as a pedagogic tool because of the reduced cost for teaching gamelan, suggests Bilawa. Another area of impact is innovation. Bilawa says that if this product is used mindfully and critically, it could be useful for the composition of new music. Preservation could also be aided. Kassaman asks whether the digital instrument could help with preservation, given the complicated economic, political, and religious contexts in Bali that are, according to him, harming local preservation efforts. There were also anxieties about erasure. So Bilawa identified several areas of potential erasure, such as the endangerment of professions surrounding the acoustic instrument, namely instrument makers, also the threat of affecting the sacredness of gamelan, which is still used in rituals and ceremonies. And finally, as mentioned earlier, there is the loss of music theory. And finally, we'll end on a concern from Ariel about ownership, appropriation, and profit. Ariel highlights the significance of who digitalized these instruments and now profits off of them. And this is as far as I can take you today into the initial stages of my research project, but I'm really looking forward to the next two presentations and to our discussion. Anyone who's interested in my project and has questions or feedback can reach out to me at my email address below. Thanks so much.
Presentation. And I would start at our conversation or dialogue more like with the question of what is the problem with this term ethnic sound, because he also put it into quotation marks. Yeah.
I guess the problem with it is that I am approaching this topic from an English language perspective and from a European perspective where I'm based currently. So the word ethnic is the English word that is used to describe these sounds, but the problem with it is who's doing the describing and who's terming these musics and instruments as ethnic, and would it be phrased that way from the musicians themselves?
Great. I thought that it would be a great start to just clarify it in a way. Thank you so much. My second question would go towards the research questions you had and you proposed for this is your master thesis, I guess, you're writing now. And I think the first and the third questions are beautifully, could be implemented to post-colonial studies and answering them. And I was wondering about the second one, because it's really like kind of specific about, and it sounds like that, in what ways do digitalized instruments differ from acoustic? It's like a huge question in a sense, because it could be really analyzed in a way, like musicology-wise and aesthetics-wise and so on and so forth. So there might be a reason why you kept this question in like as a really huge question in the end and let your people who you interviewed to answer this question. And what was maybe your aim with that you left it really like opened in a sense?
Yeah, I think these three questions are really big ones. And the first, could be answered by music historians. The second could be answered by musicologists, and the third by sociologists. And so it's a lot to start with. But actually, I think the second question really was born out of my initial survey with these musicians and composers who I didn't posit that question in that way, but I did ask them if they were familiar with the instrument, the digital instrument, if they would want to use it, or if they have used it or would be interested in using it. And then I asked them about impact. But actually, in their answers to these three questions really came out an interest in distinguishing what was different about the digitalized instrument, what was lost, perhaps, in the digitalized instrument or gained, as opposed to the acoustic instrument. So I found that there were many articulations that spoke to this second question in the answers to the surveys. So there was an interest there that I wanted to pick up on.
Yeah, okay. Because I was also wondering about those categories you wrote, like this individual versus ensemble or music theory. These are all coming from the survey and from the interviews you conducted with the people. So based on the interviews,
Yes, exactly. And since I really have just started this process, I've only done 5 surveys, which I want to then expand into full-length interviews, and I definitely want to incorporate many more voices in this project as well. So perhaps over time these categories might change.
Can you tell us some words about those voices who you conducted interviews with and musicians?
Sure. So initially I've sort of started with some of my own networks. I am a student of a traditional Chinese instrument, and I've also been focusing on Indonesia a little bit in my studies. So I've kind of started with my own personal networks, and I selected individuals or invited individuals who, like I said, are explicitly engaging with music traditions. So, of course, there are whole other groups of people who could be a part of this conversation. For example, the creators of sonic couture, or maybe users of these digital instruments who aren't necessarily explicitly working with traditions, but nonetheless are now involved with it through the use of this product. So right now, I am primarily interested in these musicians who are working with traditions, but that might also expand to some of these other users of the product and the makers of the product, since I am interested in those perspectives as well.
And I would be also interested in your opinion about this problematic around it, that European companies make those tools happen with this post-colonial studies, because you also mentioned in your presentation that it could be also like a nice kind of transcultural exchange, that the popularity of those instruments are spreading in a sense, but on the other hand we all know that ethically or morally it's maybe not the best. So I'm just curious about your own personal experience and opinion on that.
Yeah, I'm interested to know more about the profit structure for this particular product, because I know that at least for their Balinese gamelan product, they made recordings with 2 different groups who are based in the UK, 2 different gamelan groups based in the UK. So I wonder how those groups were compensated, if those groups continue to receive compensation every time a tool is purchased. I'm not sure. So that would be interesting to know, what their profit model is, although I kind of doubt they'll let me in on it. But I think that definitely changes the dynamics. So profit is a big part of the problematic for me, where, on the one hand, there are these potential positives of increasing accessibility to this, somewhat obscure instrument in the global north setting, or different. If it's based upon this profit model that is only funneled into these, two British men and their company, and neglects the entire community that they have taken this from or extracted it from, if I can use that word, then I think there are some ethical questions there.
Yeah, I totally agree. My last question would be, and I'm waiting for the questions also from the audience, so please don't hold yourselves back, just write them in the meanwhile, is about, again, back to this kind of methodology you built up that based on interviews, and I know that you are in just the first step in your research. I was wondering about if you're planning to kind of, it's a really bad word to analyze music, but to use sonic examples also for like this difference between acoustic and digital tools, and if you want to do it or you would like to ask someone else to do it. I was just wondering about that.
Absolutely. In fact, I really wanted to incorporate some audio excerpts in the presentation itself, but it became a little bit tricky with regards to copyrights, and we just didn't want to risk it. But definitely, I would like to include that in my research project somehow, is to kind of compilate some kind of playlist that allows the reader to also listen in on some of the references that I and the interviewees are making. Yeah. So definitely.
Nice. I'm really looking forward to hear about that, and I would really like to read your master thesis when it's ready.
So much.
I think we have to finish, unfortunately, our dialogue because we have to move to the next presentation. But thank you so much, Emma, for being here and also for your wonderful presentation and your answers.
Thanks so much. Very glad to be here.
So the next presentation is going to be about computation, so we will go to another different era. And Batool Desouky is an artist and researcher who works with archival material, magic, and personal history to make computational research projects of variant forms. Her work has been exhibited at various places, such as at the Goldsmith in London, or Vantage Point Sharjah, or Sharjah Art Foundation. And Batool also co-founder of Terra, an independent publishing platform that introduces the world to artists from the Southwest Asian, North Asian region. She completed an MFA in computational arts at Goldsmith and is currently based between London and Kuwait. So now we are watching her presentation.
Hi. Before I begin, I just want to note that my notes are off to the side to the camera, so I'm going to be looking off somewhere over there. So the title of my talk today is Programmoir, which is the title of the research project that I'm going to be talking about to discuss technology and magic and my research on the history of their relationship. I started this research while I was doing an MFA in computational art at Goldsmiths University of London. So it's a practice-based approach that ties in my practice in computational art with my practice in magic, talismanic magic specifically, and brings in some of my own cultural background as well, which I'll get into towards the end of the talk. I was guided by Silvia Federici's Caliban and the Witch as a starting point for this research, and I went to it with the aim of remembering the contentious relationship that early capitalism, before the start of capitalism, the formation of capitalism, had with witchcraft and magic that Federici describes in her book. I wanted to propose or forge through my work a form of computational magic that honors that early disruptive relationship and opens up a critical engagement with today's technologically driven capitalism. While Federici has a more gender-based focus on witchcraft, the history she outlines brings up several other binaries alongside the gender binary that were based on the rationalist divide between science and technology, which ultimately left witchcraft separated from technology, as witchcraft got left in nature and technology got grouped in with science. However, there are arguments that question whether technology really does fit in that divide at all, or whether it's under science, or if that binary really does exist. And I looked to the work of the xenofeminist working group Laboria Cubonics, who describe how technology helps challenge the science-nature divide by allowing us to change nature. Essentially allowing us to ask, instead of asking what is natural, to ask what is possible. And from there, I extrapolated this logic to also dissolve the binary between technology and magic or witchcraft, and from that position propose a tech magic or computational magic. So alongside, throughout this process, a few keywords came up that ended up structuring the body of this work. And those are agency, archive, technology, and magic. I arranged them into pairs to help guide my thinking on these themes and what they can bring up in relation to each other. But because of the time constraint of the talk today, I only have time to go over two of those pairs. Oops. Yeah. So, technology and magic. This is a magic square. This is the fundamental block of my work. This is the object that I work with at the center of this research. And basically what this is, it's a grid, it's a matrix of numbers, and that needs to fulfill certain rules in order for it to be called a magic square. And the rules vary in complexity as the squares vary in complexity, but this is the most simple square, and the most simple rule is that the numbers in every column and every row and every diagonal axis must be arranged in such a way that they add up to the same constant. In the case of this square, that constant is 15. These squares appear in several regions at several different times, but I focus on their Arabic tradition and uses. They're generally a computational artifact that date back to early, I think, Chinese dynasties. But anyway, looking at the structure, we can guess how we can place these in the realms of math and technology. However, it is their talismanic uses and their magical uses that further likens them to computation. And that is why I chose to work with them to create a computational magic. So instead of asking whether there's a space for magic and technology, we can actually trace the roots of computing itself as a function in the mechanics of magic. Florian Kramer's book, Words Made Flesh, offers a description of the technical principle of magic and likens it to the technical principle of software, of computer software, as magic essentially aims to control matter through the manipulation of symbols, while the use of symbolic logic and the syntax allows a program to execute functions and make changes and run processes within a system. Similarly, in magic, tools like talismans and spells use symbols and the powers attributed to those symbols to then charge an object and give it a task to carry out in the world. So given this parallel, when magic is contextualized in the space of technology, it is often actually described as something not very systematic or intentional at all. It's placed in the break of an otherwise predictable, orderly system. It's essentially given the space of glitch. This somewhat neutralizes the intentional and agential forces of magic and can echo the process of assimilation that witchcraft underwent into capitalism. Whereas witchcraft was given a really narrow and commodified outlet for versions of itself that were more attuned to entertainment or leisure or trivial pursuits that took away the agency of magic. Similarly, even though the glitch is an opportune moment for an entry into a system, the usage of the word glitch centers the vocabulary and the well-being of the bigger system, of the predictable, orderly system, instead of creating more space for alternative agencies. So I wanted to move magic away from the space of unpredictability by reintegrating the technical aspects of magic with the technical practice of coding. For Program War, I built a program that generates all the sigils of the smallest magic square and essentially indexes them and archives them and saves them in a kind of auto-archival process that creates PDF files of the sigils that it produces, in a kind of like grimoire of sorts, hence the title of the project. I used a combinatorial algorithm which parses through all the permutations of the grid, and I chose this approach because it centered the computational process itself of counting and adding up and rearranging for every single frame, every single permutation. This is a back-end view of the same program. Other construction methods, like if I were to use a machine learning model or even several medieval algorithms, they all assume that the machine must know the solution and then endeavor to either find a faster way to getting to it, or assume that the machine has a sense of spatial awareness and it can place the numbers next to each other in the harmonious arrangement that achieves a magic square. But through using combinatorics, I wanted to include the machine in the process of creating the work, letting it discover the magic sigil for itself as it runs through the math for every single permutation. Even though this was a much more intimate and intuitive method, it was technologically inefficient. It took a lot of time and often ran out of processing memory and storage space. And that brought up several questions about techno-solutionist assumptions about how to work with technology and what working with technology should look like or what it should do. Essentially, when I distilled the number of problems and challenges that came up, it was highlighted that the two main parts of productivity is what's being challenged here, and that is work and time, the notions of work and time. So when I started to work with this magic square, I chose the 3x3 because it's the smallest and the simplest. But it so happens that it's also the square associated with the planet Saturn, ruled by Kronos, who's the god of time. The Arabic word for magic is sihr, which encompasses most of what the word magic means, but also shares a root in Arabic with the words for dawn and dusk, and can attribute magic to certain times of day. In Arabic, the term talisman is talasim, which means exactly the same thing. However, when a talisman is cast onto an object to create the talismanic object, which is usually a piece of cloth that includes a magic square and some words, in this case it's a plate. This object is then referred to using the word amal, which is actually the same word for work in Arabic. So a talisman becomes a work. Through this linguistic connection with Arabic, I was able to find a parallel to the interrogations on techno-solutionist beliefs of work and time within the magic square itself as a historical artifact. This practice can offer an alternative modality of doing work and governing time. At this stage in the research, I'm discovering more questions as I give different forms to this research. And as I work with bigger squares and the complexities get bigger. However, for now, it's offered an agential reclamation of magic that is not just relevant to technological practices, but also is engaged in a critical conversation with them as a result of the predominantly capitalist use of technology, a critical engagement on the predominantly capitalist use of technology, and offered an alternative where magic can be a system that doesn't need to wait for spontaneous channels to open or for a glitch to break a system. Program War is kind of a long-winded way to offer a technically justifiable belief in magic. I think that's the end of my time. Thank you so much.
Hi, Batool. Thank you so much for your nice presentation. I was wondering how many combinations do you have on in your archive on the project? We can't hear you, unfortunately. I think you have to unmute yourself. Yeah. No, not yet. No, not yet. I can hear you, great. So I was wondering about, back to the question, how many combinations do you have in your archive?
So actually the smallest one that I'm working with produces 9 factorial combinations. That's something like 6,900,000, or I don't remember the number, it's large.
Oh my God. But is it it's limited, right? So I'm a super naive person into that. Yeah, it's limited, so it's not like an unlimited amount of. Perfect. Okay. In the beginning of your presentation, you talked about those binaries such as nature versus technology, witchcraft versus technology, computation versus magic. And I was wondering about it, that are those binaries are so divided still nowadays, especially if we think about, for example, which kind of try to close this gap between those binaries. So what is your opinion about that?
It's a long-winded path to find where exactly the binaries are now, because they're just a lot more subtle. Because there's a lot of interdisciplinary studies now, and people, it's more common to cross over between these spaces, but at a certain point, things become hard to articulate across spaces, and that's where you know that there's like a leftover binary. And I came across this when I was trying to articulate magic within a technological space, and it became what kept coming up is this notion of like the anomaly or the mistake, or when technology kind of stops or fails or glitches, that's where people find something magical happening. And that was where I felt like there was a divide still to really integrate, the magic across into the tech space. But yeah.
Yeah. And if you talk about magic, you also mentioned that one of your aim is to move magic away from the space of unpredictability. And I was wondering about it, if we really move magic away from this space, is it going to be still a magic, or then it's a different category or a different term?
So, yeah, I think there's a difference between the descriptive of something being magical and magic as a practice. And things being magical will always be there. It's a matter of fascination, right? But magic as a practice is actually, so when I say like I'd like to move it away from the space of glitch, what I actually mean is I'd like to recognize its agency as an agency that owns itself. So like there's a question of our perspective onto what we call magical, and where it is that we situate our ones that we position ourselves within now, because we're speaking from the center of the system, so to speak, and not the periphery.
Seems like our conversation about the binaries also kind of advocated the audience, because there's a question from Dina and asking that I noticed that gender binaries are vocally challenged, but we rarely hear people say nature and science are the same thing. And what do you think about it? So the question is, like, to get back that these gendered binaries are vocally challenged. So we often talk about this binary, but we don't talk about the fact of nature versus science. And what is your opinion on that, and why?
Oh, right. I think, I mean, yeah, in the same train of thought as the gender binary, I think. Well, actually, we arrived at being able to attack and interrogate the gender binary because we first realized that the science-nature binary was, fictitious. So it actually, one followed from the other. And they're all, at the end of the day, we realize like we're living in a soup, kind of. There really isn't any of these things. But I think that, especially when the work of Laboria Cubonics and the xenofeminist approach, it really the kind of the origin points of like this nature science rationalist kind of enlightenment almost, that led us to where, like, to talking about the gender binary and stuff like that. So I think that kind of came first, actually.
And also culture versus nature, which is again a very typical one and goes back to other traditions and histories. The next question from the audience. Hi, it's Andrea from the first panel. Can you explain again what you mean by medieval algorithms?
So, I love this question. These squares were basically documented and studied in manuscripts by mathematicians from the medieval era in several regions geographically that were technically under like an Islamic empire at different times of the medieval, whatever is called the medieval, it's kind of a broad window. And within those manuscripts, they list as like steps, like instructions to create these magic squares. And these instructions, I mean, they're called construction methods, but they are algorithms. You can follow them and like use them to create a code to make a computer execute a magic square. The reason I didn't use those though is because they're very visual, they're very spatial. They're based on placing things on a plane, on a paper, essentially. So in that sense, they're medieval algorithms. That's kind of what I meant. I hope that answers my question.
I think so. And I think I have time for one last question. In one of your slides, you showed also Ramon Lu's example, and probably from another book from Florian Kremer. And I was wondering, it's still, let's say, a European kind of example, even though his ideas were based on Arabic tradition and Arabic mathematics and also astrology. Some examples, or name some examples also from the Arabic Persian tradition, mathematicians or logicians you work with or you do research on, just to kind of open up.
So, Yeah. A really good resource is the work of Jack Ticiano, who maybe in the Discord I can share the spelling of these things. So he does a really good in-depth study on the Arabic manuscripts, and some of his books actually republish the Arabic in the original language. And he works specifically with the mathematical history. He does math and science history, so he's not talking about cultural magic at all. He just discusses the magic squares as a mathematical structure. So he's really great. Florian Kremer is really good for kind of providing an alternative history to computing. He really goes back into like ancient code and ancient coding practices. So yeah, those are two really good resources. There's a researcher at the British Library called Benjamin Hallam, who I have had the honor to meet and actually sit down with and take some direct guidance from. I can also put his name in the Discord. So there are other people also working on magic squares, but it's disparate, so it's all over the place. You have to really look for it.
Yeah. Okay, and we have just like one final question also from the audience. Can you tell us a bit more about your archival research process and experience and how you gained agency over that? So archival processes.
So, I mean, okay, the archive came up in two big ways. That's why it became a keyword in the structure of the research. One was, of course, digging into the archive and finding. It's really hard. It was kind of challenging to find material archival stuff on Magic Squares because they're actually very abstract. They're more of a, an set of instructions. But then I again confronted the archive while I was building the program, and it was, I had to get it to auto record itself, and in that sense, ask all the big archival questions of like what is worth recording, how much, storage space, speed, access, indexing, finding it later, being able to search, and so the practice of archiving kind of came up more than me having to work within an archive.
Okay. Thank you so much. And I think this is the time when unfortunately, we have to finish. But thank you so much for sharing your artistic research practices. And
thank you.
Yeah, we hope to see your also exhibitions and work very soon. Also, maybe in Berlin too. Thank you so much. So. Yeah. Thank you so much, Batool.
Yeah.
For being with us and also for the presentation. So now we have to move to the next presentation, and the title of the presentation is Sonic Manspreading, an artistic research concept by Luca Soudant. And Luca has an academic research background in noise theory, queer feminist methods of inquiry, and new materialism. They studied cultural analysis at the University of Amsterdam and have developed a research-based art practice since they're enrolled in the Department of Critical Studies and Sandberg Institute, and their work consists of academic and non-academic writing, performative lectures, tender listening practices, installations, and sound pieces which aim to blur the line between theory and now we watch Luca's video.
Hi everyone, thanks for having me here. It's an honor to be speaking here and I'm very excited about the program. So my name is Luca Soudant and I'm currently based in Rotterdam in the Netherlands. I work at the intersection of gender studies, post-humanist feminism and sound studies. I don't really switch and alter my research between these disciplines. Rather, I'm interested in their relationality, so on how they connect. This concerns questions of where the human body starts and ends, what agency means if we take non-human actors into account, how vibrations or vibrational thinking is helpful in this line of thought, how we can think gender as event rather than fixed ontological status, and what this could all mean for imagining radical forms of justice. On top of working transdisciplinary, I work with academic as well as artistic research methodologies. This means that on top of performing close readings and textual analyses of academic sources, I complicate my research with sound experiments and compositions, which inform and are informed by my engagement with theory. So today I would like to pick out one self-coined research concept that I've worked with over the past 2 years, which is sonic manspreading. On top of that, I want to talk about how I see sound as a transformational matter. So, manspreading is commonly used to refer to masculine bodies in public transport sitting with their legs wide apart, thereby covering more than one seat. It's a popular term on social media that signals masculine bodies taking up disproportionate space at the cost of space available to others. Manspreading as a concept has predominantly been constructed through images, such as the Instagram posts over here. As you can see, it has a horizontal and occupational character. And it's at this point that I started thinking, what if we consider the occupation of space not only as a visually perceivable and representable phenomenon, what can be said about manspreading if we consider sound as a space-taking matter? We live in an image-focused world, and this trickles down to how we have come to think about gender and the performative. When gender performativity in academia, the arts, and popular media discourse is made more concrete, it is commonly approached from a vision point of view. It is about the looks of the body, of clothes, of accessories, of body movement, of hair. And if it is about sound, it is often about the human voice and not about the sound of, for instance, jewelry, ticking nails on a surface, the sound of brushes, metal, leather, vacuum cleaners, and motor vehicles. In other words, there seems to be a lack of analytical attention toward the sound produced at the gendered encounter between the human and the non-human. So I am interested in the moment when organic and inorganic bodies generate sound. I'm interested in interrogating these encounters for their performativity, and especially in relation to gender. I therefore coined the term sonic manspreading, which has ever since operated as artistic research term that focuses on the acoustics of space-taking, Eurocentric and colonial constructions of masculinity that dominate and oppress on a global scale. As a term of departure, sonic manspreading has moved through various projects, community-based work, performances, audio works, installations, and my writing practice. It attempts to engage with the performative as a vibrant matter, literally. One example of a work in which the term plays an important role is a sound piece that I framed as a meditation on sonic manspreading. It is an attempt to think about power formations by and through sound and not merely thinking or theorizing about it. So in a space with a surround sound system and subwoofers installed inside a wooden seating platform, as you can see in the image over here, I asked people to sit down or lie down and close their eyes. There were instructions present that informed the audience about it being a meditative moment, in the sense that meditation means intensely focusing on something. In the 10-minute composition, I layered various field recordings on top of each other. You can hear a street situation recorded in a busy nightlife alley in a small town in the Netherlands. You can hear cars pulling up in a show-off manner and people singing, shouting, and spitting on the ground. Once in a while, you can also sonically spot someone kicking against something. Another layer in the composition consists of a close-up recording of a friend who went to a soccer match. In the background, you can hear the choirs of football supporters collectively singing and shouting. Throughout the work, the sound intensifies in that the intervals between loud moments become shorter. On top of that, an increasing deep and high BPM kick drum beat gains volume so that it vibrates the surface the audience is situating on. The piece ends abruptly into a resonating silence, which is a very important part of the piece. Similarly to how low-frequency sound waves might heavily vibrate a lightweight object and barely move a piece of stone, one human body responded significantly different from another human body to the artistic and theoretical engagement with sonic manspreading. For instance, during the meditation on sonic manspreading, one person felt nauseous by the combination of low-frequency sound vibrations and the emotional impact of the field recordings. Another person had to laugh as if they obviously recognized the hindering side of ways in which masculinity takes up disproportionate space through sound. These responses show how theory is not a disembodied practice and how there is difference in emotional and affective engagements with theorizing power. To think about the performative as vibrant matter that includes the whims and forces of all sorts of matter, human and non-human, sound can work to signal archetypal and binary gender formations. However, I simultaneously believe in a truly transformational character of sound that can work to move beyond binary forms of thinking about gender and the performative. So just as sound is inevitably shaking up matter, may it be on a very small atomic level or tangible and visible to humans, theory can likewise perform material shock waves in the body and alter its assemblage. Just as different frequencies move our cells on another vibrational pace. Whether these corporeal shock waves are of uncomfortable or joyful nature, when these waves are simultaneously sonic and theoretical, I believe one can move through certain moments and experience those as intimately transformative. Just as being amongst tangible sound waves, such as feeling the bass in your chest during a concert, doing theory with sound and not only about sound can help to bend perspectives impactfully. When approaching transformation, I take the specific spelling of trans with asterisk from Jack Halberstam. Halberstam argues in favor of the term trans with asterisk because since the punctuation mark points to multiple directions, it resists polarization and sheer binary between trans men and trans women. Within and beyond thinking about gender, the spelling of trans with asterisk forbids any definite meaning of what transness suggests and opens to endless possibilities of what a transition or transformation entails. Halberstam argues that the asterisk might be understood as a question mark or a sign that emphasizes the transitioning process instead of the final form. Beyond signaling rather stereotypical formations of gender through highlighting its acoustics, I'd like to propose a hopeful and future-oriented way of thinking about gender as a process-oriented rather than an outcome-oriented phenomenon. Through sound and vibrations, I strongly believe that we can rethink and expand the notion of gender and to think of it as something that erupts in time and space rather as something that is. Like sound, gender comes and goes. Just as sound is able to pierce through all sorts of bodies and is never identical in how it vibrates the material structure of one object from the other, I believe gender to be truly non-binary and a doing rather than a being that is unique to each individual body. So to conclude, what I generally hope for with thinking gender performativity through sound is to think gender as event, a fluid process-oriented phenomenon rather than a fixed ontological status. This is helpful on a broader scale beyond thinking about gender. Theorizing through and with sound is helpful in recognizing many more shape-shifting, site-specific power formations. So this was my contribution. Thank you very much for listening, and I'm looking forward to answer questions.
Hi, Luca. Very nice presentation, super inspiring also topic-wise. I was wondering about the movement of manspreading and then, opening space or occupying space. If you have used for any of your pieces and artistic pieces the sound specifically of opening the legs.
No, I haven't. Thank you for the idea, though.
Because I was like, there will be a place where it's coming in your presentation. I was really waiting for that. And now this is the sound of opening the legs.
No, that itself I haven't used exactly, but I did use the idea of femininity as more a horizontally spreading phenomenon or constructed as something horizontal versus femininity being constructed as something vertical. And also frequency-wise, I use that as a way of connecting low frequencies to the idea of taking space, and high frequencies as the idea of limiting space. Although I think it's much more complicated than that. But I do find it interesting to think also about, the horizontality of space taking and how that is also connected to masculinity in the cultural construction of it, basically, Yeah.
You also mentioned that this manspreading, the situation of manspreading, can be also interpreted as a typical colonialist way of occupying space. And I was thinking about it, if you have any intake on that, or you use this perspective of it in your work too.
Yeah, I mean, essentially the gender binary is a European colonial tool of oppressing indigenous people. And essentially also the characteristics that are attached to masculinity versus femininity are colonial tools of exploiting people. So I think it's not necessarily the spreading as a characteristic that is colonial specifically, but the whole system is. Mm-hmm. So it's part of that system. It's part of systems of categorizing people and therefore being able to exploit and dominate and violate bodies, which is essentially a European colonial tool. So I think it's not per se the act of spreading or taking space horizontally. It's more an outcome of that whole system.
Understand, yeah. Nice. I think we have also a question from the audience, and I will just read it out again. Andrea from the first panel, and Andrea is asking, can you expand further on what you said, that you are interested in the movement when organic and inorganic moments generate sound? And thanks for the presentation.
Yeah, thanks for that question. Yeah, it's actually becoming more and more my focus of research. And maybe it's also interesting to mention another example that I've been researching, which is was a proposal by a crisp brand, so crisps to eat, to develop a lady-friendly crisp. And the sound of the crisp was supposed to be lower in volume, so they changed the structure of the crisp to create less sound when you eat it. So in that sense, I became really fascinated about the absurdity of that proposal, but also how telling it is and how much it reveals about the way we think about gender as a sonic phenomenon between human and non-human bodies. So the encounter of the crisp in my mouth would be a gendered and sonic phenomenon, which is wild to think, but still very interesting, I think. And another example is the vacuum cleaner, which is also an interaction between a machine and a body, and obviously it's a very feminized domestic machine. And unlike other machines, usually machines show power by being loud and they're not muted, but the vacuum cleaner specifically has been muted through history. And I think it is totally entangled with gender dynamics and expectations of the interaction of certain bodies with machines and what kind of sound those interactions are allowed to produce and what kind of sounds they're not allowed to produce. So in that sense, you can look from vacuum cleaners to crisps and see that the sound production in the encounter between humans and non-humans is very gendered.
I think we have also a very nice related question from Dina. Thank you, Luca. I'm wondering what your process was for interrogating your choice of specifically the football match. So, which is again very kind of a masculine thing, you know.
True. Yeah, thanks for the question. I think it's also a point where I've moved a bit away from right now, because this project is a few years ago. And back then I was looking a bit more into stereotypical and archetypal spaces, such as the gym and the football match situation, or the loud bar area spaces, which I think are interesting to research also for their not very obvious sounds, but also the small sounds that happen there that are policed in certain ways. But also I've moved away a bit more from that stereotypical space and look a bit more into the subtle and daily encounters between humans and non-humans as gendered situations, rather than looking at the obvious spaces. Although I still think they're interesting spaces to see, to be confronted almost with the absurdity of loudness and which bodies are culturally entitled to perform that loudness and which bodies are not. But also, as I said, I think I became more interested in thinking beyond the voice, thinking beyond music and language. I'm really at that encounter between humans and non-humans.
Nice. Maybe also related to that, I was also wondering about, because you mentioned that after one of your performances or an installation, you said that of course every single body has a different reaction with that piece of installation. And I was wondering about it because you said that some people said or reacted like this way or that way, that how did you kind of measure it, or did you ask the people, or you said that you want to move away from language, so obviously you didn't ask them, but you observed the bodies, or did you, what kind of tool you used in a sense?
Yeah, I think it's not, there wasn't really like interviews or very that, and they laugh in an audience, you can kind of form that community vibe in an audience with members that don't really get that joke. And I think that happens sometimes when I mentioned the word sonic manspreading. Some people just had to laugh, and you kind of instantly know through the specific way of laughing that people recognize that very much from their daily encounters or daily experiences. So I think that was a funny observation, that through humor, then sometimes you can really instantly create that coming together in a space that doesn't necessarily belong together. But yeah, just dropping the word, sometimes that's also why the word itself also existed in different projects, through talks afterwards or through like work descriptions, that I noticed that dropping that word sometimes caused this humorous situation where you instantly feel like, okay, but these people probably know what that feels like. Anyway.
I thought so that you're gonna give kind of this answer, because I was like that you might have as an artistic research, or you have an artistic research practice, kind of a different way of going towards this phenomena than, you know, classical academics, where we want to make interviews and I don't know, you write then afterwards a scientific paper. And I was also wondering if you could recommend to academia like a different way to express, not except you know, just writing a paper of something, because you said that you want to move away from writing about sound or working with about the sound, but you want to work with the sound also in your research, in a sense.
Yeah, I feel maybe somehow the secret message is also to loosen up a little bit. I hope it's not rude to say this, but I feel also working with sound, you need to loosen up in a certain way. You need to be open to more than just the theoretical to reach you, but also to the embodied and the vibrational to reach you. Otherwise, you cannot make sense of that moment. And I feel, yeah, just, I mean, I come from academia, and to imagine a sound experiment with theorists, I mean, I think it rarely happens, and I think it would add so much to the tangibility of theory. And essentially theory is very embodied and very affective, relational, emotional. And I think it's sometimes bizarre that we don't engage with it in a more haptic way. and that I think sound is very useful for, to really loosen up and open up and create a vibe, you know?
Yeah, I think these are really nice ending words for your presentation, because unfortunately we have to leave it there. Our 10 minutes are gone. Thank you so much, Luca, also for being here and for your presentation and for the nice answers. And all of the presenters from this session are going to be on Discord chat now, so feel free to just go there. If you still have a couple of questions in your mind, then address them there, because they are going to be there. So we are back in 30 minutes with the third session. Hello everyone and welcome back to this third session of the Research Networking Day of CTM Festival 2021. And I'd just like to introduce the last person who is going to host the last session, Shintaro Miyazaki. Shintaro is a junior professor in digital media and computation at the Department of Musicology and Media Studies, Humboldt-University of Berlin, and he is also a senior researcher at the Critical Media Lab Basel in Academy of Arts and Design in Switzerland. He studied media studies,
Hello everybody, I'm very glad that I can moderate this third session. So yeah, as Anita said, this will be the last session of today's Research Networking Day, and so far we had human sounds, performativity, tradition and magic, and now we will have the way stories unfold. So the contributions of this group are also very diverse, but you could, if you want to link them together, you could do it via terms and concepts like fictional space, alternative worlds, storytelling, and alternative narratives. So, and I think this power of fiction and new spaces is very important nowadays. So you could also say this session is dedicated to the power of audiovisual narration, the power of artistic practice to generate decolonized worlds, and finally activism in virtual worlds. And you might also think about a common theme, and the questions are maybe how stories and worlds can, artificial worlds can induce change in our ways to perceive, to see, to talk, to think, and of course, as it is CTM, to listen, to play, and to dance differently. So now we will have Hassan Pitts and Jennida Chase from SN, which is a multidisciplinary art group working with film and media and video, sound, and mobile media. And Jennida and Hassan have been collaborating since 12 years, since 2008, and they exhibit throughout a lot of spaces. And currently they teach both at the University of North Carolina, Greensboro, in the Department of Media Studies. So yeah, please, let's see their input video.
Hello. My name is Hassan Pitts.
And I'm Jennida Chase.
And we are the co-creators of the Richmond Recollection Project.
Yes. The Recollection Project is a site-specific, multi-platform documentary for the 21st century, featuring memories of an aging African-American community across eras of profound social change.
We blend traditional techniques with 21st century platforms for a historically relevant sense of place. This expanded cinema endeavor combines themes of social justice and history with formal elements of spatial, location-based exploration. The project has multiple entry points for interaction so that it can be consumed in a variety of ways outside of the gallery, the university archive, the art house, or the streaming platform.
It will live on the web in several ways. The episodic content will thrive in community screenings and streaming platforms. The spirit and the purpose of this work is to reach the public with a celebration of hidden, overlooked, and unconsidered histories with the deliberate intent to undermine and subvert negative social constructs.
Too often, oral history collections are produced, then housed in special collection libraries.
Memory is not linear. To create a documentary collection of corresponding elements pushes possibility. To create a digital extension of an oral history collection that extends to public space potentially extends the semiotics of both museum and library. To extend a documentary breathes further option for public dialogue and growth.
The limited series will tell the coming-of-age story of Richmond, Virginia from the point of view of the players who brought us through the civil rights movement. Every episode in our limited series will explore a different theme, such as the desegregation of public school systems, the experience of African American entrepreneurship, arts and culture and their roles in integrating public parks and other social spaces, local and regional politics, housing and zoning, as well as surviving and overcoming racial violence.
Here's a short example for what the episodic content will look like.
At that time, it was a very hostile environment for African. Clans had come through our community, and everyone was asleep. And the only store in the community, which was owned by Mr. Jake on 9 Mile Road, the Ku Klux Klans and left a cross burning that night. And then they left propaganda all through the community. But what was so profound after that happened, that people came together and said, it was a sense of, we were asleep last night and they were able to come in, but that will not happen again. And I just thought that it was amazing how the community decided that we're going to come together because we've got to protect our own. When you ask mom or dad, why would someone do this? That had the most profound impact on my life, and it has shaped my life in so many ways.
Thanks for taking a look.
Okay, so hello, Hassan and Jennida. Yeah, thank you very much for this very nice video. I would like to start with the current state of this project. Is it already in use, and how are the experiences so far? Maybe you can tell us a little bit more about that.
Well, we've collected about 30 interviews, and we are in the process of, in the next 2 months or so, launching the website that will hold the map and the oral history collection itself. And then through the summer, we should be hoping to launch the initial part of the episodic content. So
okay,
we're
so
building
it's still in the, you're building still, great, okay.
Yes.
Because I had I ask myself, there are certainly two levels of, could say, narrations. So you have these narrations where you did these interviews and hidden stories and stuff like that, and that these are the narrations. But then you also, when you present it in the project, in the space, or I don't know, like with the media, there will be new stories unfolding, so to say. What are your reflections about that?
Well, I think that originally we had imagined this to be something that would hopefully evolve, whether it be simply the idea that people could consume, listen to the stories as they are linked to the individual locations within Richmond, Virginia, which of course is constantly evolving. So the idea that one person who encounters that story or sets of stories in a location might have a different sense of that space depending on when they encounter it. Building out several different types of ways to encounter that information allows, I think, a different, or at least different types of conversations to occur, depending on other people who are able to encounter that, putting themselves in proximity, whether that be in a digital platform or whether that be in a physical platform, to have conversations and really discuss, what their thoughts were, what their thoughts are, and sort of be able to juxtapose that against whatever the current narratives might be.
And it's also important just to mention that since we started the project in Richmond, Virginia, Richmond was the capital of the Confederacy in the United States when we had a civil war in the late 1800s. And in the early 20th century, many, many monuments across the United States were erected of Confederate figures, military and leadership from that era all over the place in order to bully and silence African Americans across the country. And just last summer, with the resurgence of the Black Lives Matter movement, most of the Confederate monuments in Richmond, Virginia were torn down by the people. And so even as like their stories, we're sort of presenting them publicly, the stories are radically shifting in our culture around us. And so the setting itself is transforming. So that's a positive thing here.
Yeah, and I think it's also important to sort of point out that a lot of times monuments specifically are used to sort of convey a narrative. And so the idea that while those monuments, many of them, there's still one that's still up, but the idea that just because a building or a monument sort of expires or passes into history, that somehow that history becomes divorced from our present. And I think that that's something that is always kind of a danger, is that because it's in the past, because it is quote unquote history, that it has no bearing on our present. And I think that that's something that we really want to be cognizant of, and hopefully whatever we're doing, whatever these conversations that can be promoted can carry on into the future.
So the stories are sort of attached to different places throughout the city, right? Or the region.
Yes.
Sort of, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they were tied specifically, like we compare interviews, but then we were asking specifically in the interview process for them to continue to talk specifically through where things were happening in town. So.
Okay, so and the role in your project of interactivity, and you also mentioned this term expanded cinema. So how what is your concept about this, or how it will work? Maybe you can tell us just one example as somebody will encounter this piece. Or...
Well, I think we should admit that when we started the piece, originally it was meant for a slightly different delivery. It was meant to be specifically a mobile app and to use in as only like a local and physical way. Like you would, like the app would be triggered by like the GPS system so that the stories would pop up as you like moved through that city. And in the process of building that, the mobile app we were building for died. So it just disappeared. It was no longer available. And so we had to think through, well, we have a very specific place for many of these stories. How can we then tie it into a interactive map in which a user can go online and access our, any number of pinpoints on the map and be able to pop up smaller narratives that were, these memories that changed the culture in that specific location. So that's one of the ways that it should work now.
And so one of the things that, it still can work mobily, it just wouldn't have the same sort of pizzazz that we'd originally thought of, which, technology is always our friend until it's not. But, being able to create something like a 360-degree image and have someone be able to see that location if they're not able to be in that distinct location, but to at least have some semblance of what it looks like. One of the thoughts originally was the idea that so much of history gets located in a certain place. Or, wherever it happens to be, a library, that's where you learn about it. But the idea that you have the possibility of being able to experience a sense, even if it's only a hint, of a location, and then have a story that you can listen to that gives you a greater sense of a personal attachment to that location. And so this idea of an experience that a lot of times cinema attempts to really attach itself to is kind of that back and forth. So that expanded cinema, being able to use a lens in a creative way and in an innovative way to attach real life stories to a sense of space and create hopefully a new sense of awareness about place. Because when someone says, oh, a certain location 200 years, imagine that. I can't, unless you can somehow show it to me.
And there is a question by Emma Lowe, which also is interesting for me. Is like, the role of sound, first of all, and then also project. Have you ever considered opening the map to public contributions, also recordings, and or is it like a purely curated content? That's the first question. And then the second is like the way we engage with this project in unlearning racist history. Maybe you could draw a parallel to unlistening. That's where the listening comes, or re-listening, she says.
To the first part of the question, yes, there's another component which we haven't talked much about. It's further out in the production line, but we want this to ultimately have a curriculum attached to it that could be used with potentially like, tourism or local, elementary school systems and whatnot, in which young people could theoretically interview their grandparents, or, people could come forward and contribute to the map itself in sharing their own stories. So I'm so glad that they asked that. then to the second question about unlistening, and in regards to this topic, it was sort of born from, because we worked for several other, at the time when we started this project, we were working for several other projects in that city to record stories which were going nowhere. They were being saved in university library systems, and the communities that were being targeted to collect these really powerful content had no access to any of it. So we were sort of angry and right out of graduate school and like, this is not right, you know, like nobody can reach any of this. So we felt very serious about trying to make accessibility and the fact that someone could hear it at all become an integral part of the project. It was sort of...
And I think that that's, you know, this idea of listening, you know, the ability for it to be heard, the ability for individual people to speak and say their truth, to speak their history, to say that this happened, that this happened. And I think that, you know, a lot of times we can pass along stories and then that one story gets to be the ones to be passed around. Whereas if you can say, here's a bunch of people, here's a bunch of voices, why don't you go and listen to what they have to say? Rather than me tell you what they're saying, listen to what they say in their own words. And there's the authenticity. It's in their voice, it's their experience. There's not a deniability at that point. There's no other proxy speaking for them. So I think that that's, you know, the power of hearing, the power of listening. You know, you ask, I will tell, you know, the sharing of experience, the sharing of culture, I think.
Yeah, because it's so often like, and just now in the way that we frame the civil rights movement, of course, there was like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and Rosa Parks and these stones that started an avalanche, but there were millions of stones in the avalanche and they all had local and regional impact right where they were. So, you know, just trying to present that, like be an agency to present those voices in their own, as you're saying, in their own words.
Yeah, and hopefully those various stories give rise to other people being able to find themselves within their own stories.
Great. I think this is really like would be a great aim and trajectory of the project to evolve, like this curriculum and pedagogical aspect. Because usually, if it's an exhibition, then it just stays an exhibition and then it's kind of gone. But when it's becoming part of an education project, I think this is really convincing as a project. So I wish you good luck with it. We need to go to the next, the second contribution. I think there are no questions left as far as I can see. So
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Hassan and Jennida. Now we have Patricia Cadavid. She is an artist and researcher born in Colombia. In her work, she looks at the relationships and effects of colonialism in new media, from the migratory experience and from decolonial and anti-colonial thinking. And she's at the moment, since 2018, MA student at the Interface Culture Lab at the Kunstuniversität Linz in Austria. And her work has also been exhibited in different festivals such as the Ars Electronica and others. So let's see her input, and looking forward.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Patricia Cadavid. I'm a student in the Interface Culture Master Program of the Kunstuniversität Linz. And this is my talk for the Research Networking Day, Noting the Memory and Encoding the Quipu Artistic Approaches from Sound. Today, I'm going to introduce you to my practical and theoretical research about the Andean quipu and the creative process of some artists who have used this device in artistic practices related with sound. And my work, the electronic kipu, that is an experimental sound instrument in a MIDI controller, suggesting alternative practice of like coding, computer music, and data sonification using ancestral media in new processes. So first, what is a kipu? Kipu is an information processing and transmission With this system, the data was noted in wool or cotton strings and encoded in different information tapes. It was one of the first textile computers known, that consists of a central core to which secondary strings are attached with nodes of different shapes, colors, and sizes. This constitutes a coding system that could be used to make numerical records, accounting, and also the register of storage, historical memories, songs, poems, or information. The kipus were noted by kipu kamajuks, which means kipu noters, who were the people specialized in elaborating, reading, and archiving. This system was widely used until the Spanish colonization, where most of the quipus were destroyed. There are currently many kinds of research in archaeology or anthropology that strive to decipher the codes of the quipus. In fact, the Ethnological Museum of Berlin has the largest collection of quipus of the world. They have around 300. Unfortunately, they are not accessible to everyone. There are just cultural artifacts stored and studied by a small group of Western science specialists without the possibility of return of other alternatives for historical reparation. Quoting the Bolivian sociologist Silvia Rivera Cusicanqui, this Western logic that tries to analyze and understand everything for their point of view has turned the quipus into codes without a message, forgetting their practical value and overshadowing a function that this logic has not been able to decipher, the artistic one. In this way, with a creative perspective, I wanted in my research to approach this device by proposing a decolonial exercise that would allow me to imagine what computer music created by the first textile computer would be like, learning of the wisdom of these ancestral technologies that had been made unseen. I want to share with you the most important references that I have found in this way. In fine arts, the quipu has been the inspiration and object of artistic production of several artists. That is the case of Cecilia Vicuña, of Jorge Elson. But in the field of electronic media and sound art, I would like to highlight the work of these three artists. The first is the Chilean artist Constanza Piña, also known as Corazón de Robota. He has created the quipu electrotextile pre-Hispanic computer. This project won the honorable mention of the Ars Electronica Prize. The project was produced along with 5 women who wove a large open-source astronomical quipu using copper wires mixed with wool. They encode through nodes astronomical information of these weavers, stellar events, and natural phenomena such as eclipses or earthquakes that occurred during this production period. In that exhibition, each string with the nodes represents a different frequency, that it's like an electrotextile antenna that receives analogical electromagnetic signals from the environment, sonifying the invisible spectra of the room in a digital synthesizer that amplifies the space that usually is visible but cannot be heard. The other artist is José Luis Jacome. Jacome has composed a song performance called Devenir Kipunk that he describes as a light set which he used a score system generated from the schemes of the study of the quipus of Carlos Radicati. Carlos Radicati was an Italian historian who studied the quipus in the past. In the performance of José Luis Jacome, the Radicati schemes helped him to generate a 4-channel composition with random and interpretative sounds based on an extra numerical sequence. Each channel sonifies the data of the Kipu subsidiary cores that interprets notes, colors, lengths, and are playful in the live performance. And the other artist that I would like to talk about is Paola Torres Núñez del Prado. She is a Peruvian artist that has been working with traditional Andean and Amazonian textiles. In the sonified textile performance, this is a word that she has. She wants to offer another approach to the idea of technology on the margin of this Western heritage. One of the interfaces used in this sound performance is the Hanap Pacha Kipu. This is an instrument based on a traditional cotton kipu to reinterpret a composition written in Quechua in the 17th century, and this is special because it joins a syncretism that refers the convictions of the European Catholicism with traditional symbols of the ancient Andean cosmovision. She has continued to study the quipus and the possibilities of mature learning, imagining other ways to give the voice of their notes with the assistance of artificial intelligence. By the work of the Peruvian artist Jorge Ailson, who also in the past worked with quipus. Last year, she has released the album El Tiempo del Hombre, The Time of Man, and AI poetry record results of this process. But in the line of the tactile work, the tangible work with the quipus, she is currently working on an interface for live coding by notes called Quipu Camayo. This interface wants to generate and modify sounds from notes, making with combination of notes and string usage. Now, with these references on the table, it will be easier to introduce you my work, the electronic quipu. The electronic quipu is a live sound interaction instrument and MIDI controller. Here the interaction is based on the weaving of different kinds of notes in real time. It consists of a root chord and 9 secondary strings made with conductive rubber string sensors. The instrument is arranged on a box in which have been settled potentiometers to modulate volumes and buttons to activate or deactivate the signals of each string. The interaction and noting of each string produce values that can be mapped and transmit in MIDI message for use in different sound stations of software such as Ableton or Pure Data, and allows the control or effects or the sound production. In the performance with instrument, the figure of the Quipu Camayuk takes on special importance since it's the performer, it's the light coder, it's the person who has the data that codes in the notes and who can connect to the Quipu note meanings and produce the sound. The performer is a contemporary Quipu Camayuk that in a kind of time of tangible light coding. First, it is necessary to consider this device from a decolonial perspective. We have to understand the existence of ancestral technologies that emerged before decolonization and other no-explored possibilities for the construction of algorithms and code writing. The Quipu is a computer that invokes the body for its logic and performance. In this case, the hand coding by noting the Quipu is used in a kind of alternative practice of tangible light coding, using notes instead of a keyboard, as Paola Núñez del Prado also suggests. Here the code is written, modified, and transformed in the work of noting, generating different sound textures and more organic tensions. The algorithm here is noted live. The instrument was used for the first time in the performance Noting the Memory encoding the Quipu and was presented in different events as Ars Electronica, the Nine Conference, among other venues. All the videos of this performance are available in my webpage. To conclude, the Andean Quipu is an ancient technological device that continues to be the source of the inspiration of many artistic works related with sounds today. Its cultural heritage bridges the gap between art, science, and sounds with possibilities that is still being explored. This project additionally opens and follows several research routes that intervene with decolonial aesthetics in technology and the treatment of cultural heritage in contemporary creative and artistic expressions related to sound, new media, and light coding, as well as the exhibition of current references that use technologies in current practices that go beyond the media archaeology as recognized from the Western paradigm. Okay, I am finishing. Thank you so much for watching this video. I will be somewhere online ready to answer your questions and participate in the discussion. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hello, nice to meet you.
Hello, thank you.
So let's start, with the questions. So could you tell us a bit more about the Kipu system, how it works? For example, what do the strings and notes mean? And you said it in the video. It was said that it's a coding device. What are the parameters? Maybe the distance between the notes and something like that. Just to explain it a little bit more. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. The traditional system has different lectures and different ways to call in. Based in a decimal system, in which kind of notes has the meaning of a different number, but and this is what it used for make mathematicians and accounts and all these topics related. And the other one is the narrative, and the most not studied because it's the most difficult to try to know how the Incas and the previous Andean societies could be right through the notes, because it's difficult to decipher this kind of codes. So beyond these lectures, my intention with this project is bring the Kipu in the present time, and also create my own kinds of codifications, because there are a lot of researches that try to investigate this codification. But okay, I would like to know how could be the Kipu in the present time, and what happened if, for example, the colonization wasn't destroyed this kind of devices, how we can use the Kipus nowadays.
So you are also interested in kind of futurism, Kipu futurism or something like that, right? Sounds very interesting. So this it's very intriguing that this connection between the numbers and the story, right? The notes is representing. This is very, very interesting. Okay, so another question I could ask you is like, you're mentioning this decolonial approach. So what, and it sounds very convincing, but maybe you had also some difficulties and issues applying it, because, for example, the technologies you are using as a media artist are very capitalistic, or you could say product of European rationality. But you are trying to use them in order to decolonize something, right? This Kipu thing. So, it's kind of a paradox. So what do you think about this kind of paradoxical situation?
Yes, it's like a contradiction. It's contradictory, no? But this is not only a problem that I have and I have to handle. I talk about problem, but it's not a problem, because we have to be aware that as a media artist that we work with technologies. I think that the best way that or the best opportunity that we have is use that technologies for make visible our old technologies and our ancestral technologies. And for example, as me as a artist who works with computers and new media, was amazing to know that this kind of ancestral media exists, but not all the people have the knowledge about this. This, for example, the Kipu system, and this is one of the first textile computers. No, so in this case, yes, it's a contradictory, but also I think that artists like me, or the artist that I mentioned before, that also works with Kipus and with this kind of technology, has the same to handle with the same have this. Sorry, this is a retroalimentation in the transmission, and I listening myself and a little bit lost. But okay, yes, this is fine. And now, yes, we are handled with the same issue, but I think it's the way that you use this, I say, capitalism, these tools to reconvert and modify, and how we can also take in the present moment our old and ancestral knowledge that is taken in other point in the story, because it's not Eurocentric, colonial, and Western, and it's the way to try a combination. And we don't have to, I am very sure that we don't have to separate world wars. It's just not combining, but work living together. It's like, this is the best issue, because as if I work with the colonial aesthetics, I can work with technologies, or new technologies is not my purpose. We have to use everything, and it will be a little bit, I don't know, selfish on my part to say, okay, at this moment I only work with ancient technologies, I don't work with nothing else. Just come on. So this is looking forward. And also, as you mentioned, the Kipu futurism, this is just the idea of José Luis Jacome, that he was create the Kipunk way. He was thinking about this Indian futuristic vision, and it's kind of, for example, as we know, that's steampunk but with all the Andean and indigenous tradition. And this is very interesting to figure out, and this speculative design to what happened if, or what will happen if. So, yeah.
Great, yeah. So it's like counterfactual. You go also in the past and you do fiction, right? And not only in the future, right?
And also, yes, sorry, and no, thank you so much.
So, I have a question concerning, because I'm very much concerned about, or a little bit like recently, about money, the history of coins and stuff like that. And I learned that these knots, they also worked as some sort of money, right? In the culture, in this. So what is the difference? And maybe this is a really interesting point to think about, the difference between how it went on in Europe and in South America.
But as you say, the quipus as a coin, or to account the amount of money, or.
So there was no money, but it was used for accounting, or how did it work? Yeah.
Yes, it's like it was also an accounting system, as a book, there where the person, in this case the Kipuka Mayuk, has the accounting of the resources of the city or the empire, of the all the grounds, the food, the animals, also the people, not only as a coin, because as you know, there is not a special kind of coin in these Andean all communities, but they use the exchange of stuff. So they also use in this way. But also, okay, I think I will be in Discord if you have more questions or to extend this discussion. I will love to answer.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let's move to the last contribution with Emre Öztürk. Emre is born in Istanbul, and he spent his teenage years diving into maths and physics, ending up with an underground degree in civil engineering, and then he did a band and toured around, and he also started to study in an MA at Istanbul Technical University music program, where he is currently writing a thesis on the discrimination in the electronic dance music scene of Istanbul. So, and this will be a slightly...
Hi everyone, it's Emre. I'm a music graduate student from Istanbul Technical University and also a performer and organizer based in Istanbul. Today, I will present you my latest ongoing research about virtual reality raves during the pandemic and their possible outcomes for the global rave scene and industry in terms of diversity and inequality issues. My motivation to research this topic goes back to the early March, when I found myself in the middle of a virtual reality rave organization right after having my physical gigs cancelled due to COVID-19. And in the following period, I had a chance to participate in various virtual reality events with different roles, and wanted to convert my experience to a participant observer fieldwork in order to track where we are heading as the industry and its participants. Besides this fieldwork, I conducted interviews with physical and VR rave participants about their experiences and reviewed the recent debates and issues in terms of equity and inclusiveness in rave industry, and also collected historical data about rave's background to be able to do a comparison in the end. When I look back to the early raves in the 80s, one of the first things I came across was the Plur ethos, which stands for peace, love, unity, and respect. These four elements claimed to shape the rave culture back then and provide freedom of expression, tolerance, and acceptance to the early rave communities, as well as diversity. And when we compare it with the raves today, we see a radical change, as rave audience predominantly consists of heterosexual white male participants in the past 3 decades. This is of course due to the industrialization of the rave that started in the mid-90s. On the other hand, this industrialization started rave's golden age in terms of profits. For example, the industry was expecting at least a 10% revenue increase during this decade. However, it is now vice versa, and the industry is downsized more than 70% just in 1 year because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So obviously, virtual events were expected to create a major source of income during 2020 and maybe even in 2021. Because of that, since around March 2020, we are having various online events in different platforms and applications. And in this period, VR ones differed a lot more from the popular platforms such as Zoom or YouTube, in my opinion, because of being a very demanding technology. The apparent limits of this brand new technology created some interesting situations, such as lack of control mechanisms and more transparency in the events. Because VR devices are not as common as personal computers, it is very demanding for most of us. So, in most VR events I have participated, I have seen a lot more clear organizational structure between artists, organizers, and audience in order to overcome or minimize accessibility problems. As a result, for example, in a relatively big festival I participated recently, the participants were able to speak to the organizer directly and also able to modify some text channels such as festival announcements or festival rules, which is very different than the industrial events we had before the pandemic. On the other hand, the artists also emphasized that the communication in VR events are a lot more clear and they know what to expect and vice versa, and the organizers, on the other hand, also corrected that. Also, we know that the pre-pandemic events struggled to achieve a certain level of diversity by means of gender, ethnicity, and race, such as in the heterosexual white male domination example. Current works on this topic emphasize the importance of safer spaces for all rave participants that are subject to discrimination, and indicate the need of third places rather than clubs or festivals. VR environments obviously become very important in this manner because they can provide some new spaces or maybe even spaceless events. That also comes with the anonymous participation style, because most virtual events provide identity construction features for their participants and allow participants to be whoever or whatever they want in that certain space. So participants interact with each other without sharing personal information that might create bias, which also can help eliminating or at least reducing the discriminative acts through an event. According to my interviews, people tend to act more freely and less shy when they're asked about their interaction and communication experiences in virtual reality events compared to the physical ones. Especially participants that exposed to discrimination that I spoke underlined that this aspect provides more freedom to the rave. Although some participants pointed out that the possibility of more violent and abusive acts due to having this anonymity, nobody I spoke had such an experience. On the other hand, roughly 2/3 of the VR events I participated did not require any personal information, and even some very popular VR environments let people use it without creating an account. But currently, some events start to construct their own virtual clubs and festival areas and ask for personal information before entering, or at least to be able to communicate with other participants. When I asked about this to the organizers, they tend to justify it as having more control on events. As this statement might make sense in one way, I would like to underline its similarity to these systematic control mechanisms I mentioned, such as the doorman in most clubs that decide if we can go inside or not just by looking at our physical presence. A significant problem of VR, on the other hand, is that many people cannot participate in these events because of not having good enough technology. So, although we can say that VR event participants have more freedom during these events due to this brand new technology, this freedom only applies to whoever can afford it, which causes an obvious discrimination in terms of class. Also, when I ask artists about the money and income, they say that although they perform very similar performances to the pre-pandemic events in the VR ones, they barely get an income. So we can say that the online performing artist these days has less interest in earning money rather than the ones that have to prioritize it, or who seek for alternative methods or alternative ways to perform and earn money. Obviously, this creates another class conflict due to exclusion of such artists. So, to minimize such problems during the pandemic or even before the pandemic, lots of artists and organizations around the world were already calling out. Lately, we see the effects of such organizations like Key Change Movement, as well as other acts like Me Too or Black Lives Matter that point out discriminative and abusive acts around the world, and as well as music industry. And this results in boycotts in different scale and strengthen the inclusivity in such events. For example, we can see some of these effects in Deck Mental Festival's 2015 and 2021 lineup. When we compare these lineups, we can see that even visually, the hierarchy among the artists or hierarchy among the musical genres are avoided, and the lineup is more diverse in terms of gender and music genre. Another important example can be Primavera Sounds' approach to establish the first ever gender-equal festival lineup in 2019, which they aim to continue, and that demonstrates that the industry was already pushed to take a step recently. Of course, this lineup or payment equality does not provide the ultimate equity or freedom to its participants, and we still have various types of discrimination that we don't even recognize according to our level of privilege. Here, VR events stand as an important deconstruction of the events that we used to attend, and to recognize these discriminations that we didn't even recognize. As many movements create awareness and push for radical changes, the importance of VR raves has to be acknowledged as a promising contributor here. as VR raves have their own problems that we might not be able to overcome soon, like being a very demanding or expensive technology, what it eliminates in terms of discrimination has to be valued and expanded through the future VR and physical events. Of course, raves' exclusion of class should remain as a hot topic and has to be questioned continuously by each of its participants to overcome such problems and increase diversity and inclusiveness. Consequently, VR raves impose more inclusive events and more freedom to its participants in some aspects that we were not able to have before the pandemic. Many VR rave participants that experienced this discrimination in events before say that they can have safer spaces thanks to this technology, and in order to strengthen diversity and freedom and continue transformation in the future, including both physical and VR events, we have to create more awareness of the possible outcomes of VR events as rave industry and its participants. So that's all, I guess. Thank you for listening to me. I hope you enjoyed it.
Hello, Emre. Thank you for this very timely topic. And I think it fits also very well to CTM.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah.
Yes. Yeah, please go on. I thought you finished. I just was thinking that this is kind of related to all festivals and events nowadays, because like obviously everything is cancelled. So it's quite an hot topic in my opinion.
So let's talk a bit about how you approach these very interesting VR raves. So how do you research on them? So are you taking part?
All of the things that you mentioned, because I participate to these events with 3 different roles mostly, and I organize events, I play in these events, and I also join these events and watch people perform and enjoy the events with the audience. And I also try to interview with many participants with these diverse roles as well. So what I do is basically is noting down my experience, like onto any festival or event that I found in VR spaces. And I also, as I said, organize festivals, and I take notes of my all experiences and what is different, because I was also before involved in the electronic dance music scene and also different scenes in Istanbul and some other cities all around the world. And as you said, I also do interviews with people who experienced these events and experienced events before, and asked about their opinions about right now, about what was different before and what can be different in future. So that's more or less what I do.
And there are like different categories maybe of waves online, right? The VR wave is with it's really, how can I imagine that? Do you need to have wear these goggles, or is it on the screen, or is the criteria that it needs to be 3D, or what is the distinction between VR wave and maybe some other forms of waves, online waves?
What raves is that when we call something VR, it should be eligible to experience in a 3D dimension with goggles. So as I said, but it is not necessary to have goggles, and most people, almost everybody that I interviewed, for example, do not have VR goggles, but they just experience these VR events on their computer. Of course, there are some people that experience with goggles, but as I said, it's not necessary. And
Great.
maybe I should add that it's, as I said, it's a brand new technology, so it has some challenges as well, as I mentioned in the video. So when you don't have goggles, and maybe if your computer is not strong enough, it can also be a problem, for example.
But you only look at the VR waves, not like online waves, like this in CTM. There was also like a rave or like a dance event, club event. So there are like different, other projects, right, or categories.
Yeah.
But you look at VR waves.
Yes, I specifically look at VR raves because of the different experience of interaction, because of the possibility of different experiences. But I also, of course, take part in the virtual events as well in order to see what is different and how do people experience these events. Because, for example, as an artist, it can be more or less the same experience to perform without an audience and in the studio on your own. So, from the artist's point of view, what changes is like maybe slightly less. There are slightly less changes from the artist's point of view. But as a participant, it can differ a lot in the virtual reality events because you have different style of experiencing the event.
So let's ask, how do you then introduce this, what you want, like the diversity, or how do you increase the discrimination, not discrimination, but decrease discrimination? So you say like there's the possibilities with the different rules upon entrance or the framework, but as soon as the users are in the environment, are you also thinking about ways to induce change there, or not?
Please go on. Finish your question.
No. This is what you are interested in, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah. And what I am researching, like how VR events can change the way, not to change, but how can we use VR events and VR raves to reduce discriminations in the rave scene is what I'm searching for. Because in my experience, even before starting this research, I experienced that there are some certain lack of control mechanisms during this event. For example, events. We also experience some today, for example, and we see that the virtual events is really hard to sustain than the physical events. Maybe it's not that hard, but we are just getting used to it, So there are some certain challenges, and because of that challenges, this control mechanisms cannot be applied very well. So that there are some gaps in this system that actually was fully functioning before, but it is not functioning before. It is not functioning right now, such as the doorman in the clubs example. I have experienced it many times, and probably most people even experience it many times if they've been to clubs. Probably, even though they didn't experience it, they've seen something like that. That they cannot go into the club with no reason, just by looking at the physical presence. For example, this is some certain change that we see in the virtual reality events, because at least at the beginning, everybody is mostly welcome, at least in the events that I've participated.
The view and makes these rules visible, that they are important. And not only in the VR wave, but everywhere actually, right? Also outside, maybe if you once go through such a VR wave, at the end, maybe you have a different view on the protocols and the rules of the game of real life. So I think that's a very interesting project, and maybe this is also what connects it to the previous contributions. So thanks a lot. Is there a question? There's a question. Luis Calico asks why you decided to put in the graphics just female and male and not non-binary, and maybe could you talk a bit about the lack of representation in music festivals of the LGBTQI+ community?
Yeah, that's a very reasonable question. That's because what I came across when I doing my research was relatively older stuff. Because currently, relatively older research. Because currently, as I mentioned, we have some kind of radical changes in the festival lineups and in the events and other researches as well. But what was visible before, such as in the Key Change Movement example, because it's a very well-known and powerful organization, and in the Key Change Movement organization, it's what what I was able to see, one of the pioneer works in discrimination, it was about gender balance. So I thought I should be able to, I thought I should start with that. But for example, what drove me to conduct this research was in my first virtual reality event back in March 2020, that I met somebody in a virtual reality event, and I've been told that that person was a non-binary person and was struggling to find the space to perform. And in a few months, it was the first performance by that person. So that actually lighted a bubble in my head to conduct this research, because I experienced that something can change, and this was caused by an experience of a non-binary person. So of course it matters a lot, but in the graphics I just decided to use this one. As is a 10 minutes long presentation, it is really hard to fit many things all together. So that's kind of why. But of course, I'm not excluding it. I'm not excluding the experience of that non-binary people.
Great. So yeah, let's. I think that's a good last comment. So let's try to go through to the end discussion. Just
sure. I will be in Discourse.
It's a wrap up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to both of you and to all the presentations and all the presenters for this wonderful afternoon. I have to say it was really productive, and I heard a lot of new things. And just really shortly, I wanted to ask you, both of you, how you felt about the afternoon and the discussions, and what could we hear in your modules. So specifically, Michael, could you just wrap up very shortly what happened in your panel?
Yes, for sure. Well, it's been a fantastic mixture, actually. We've had so many scholarly expertise, and it was a good mixture of retrospectives, futuristic stuff. We had post-human theory, artistic approaches, and plus one thing which I liked very much the best was like very critical views on these things, not to accept these as pre-given or so. And that's what I liked, and it's been a pretty lively discussion also on Discourse, and it kind of fit perfectly with two presenters that kind of interacted on the chat afterwards. So it was very good, and especially a big thanks to you for like setting up the stage. So it was a pleasure to work with all the presenters and you.
Thank you so much. Shintaro, what would be your take?
Oh, I just talked so quite a lot, but yeah, it was really interesting. I mean, what was it? The Kipu futurism was very fascinating for me, and of course the VR wave is also very fascinating topic, and also an interesting place where you really can experiment. All these kind of changes, and also like the project from Richmond. Yeah, I think it's enough. I said enough.
Yeah, I would just also join to Michael's comment on it, that how many critical voices we could hear today. And I really truly believe that these fantastic scholars we could hear today, and also artists, can bring some new waves into the research or into academia. And just to really finish the whole Discourse program, because this is actually the last slot of the Discourse program of the festival, I would say that the transformation, in a sense, is in the hands of these scholars and artists, and they can create this change and then make it, let's say, the world the better place to live, with some cheesy words in the end. So I'm really happy, and I'm really happy about that the audience was also super active. So thank you so much to all of you who were there behind those computers and different tools you use to watch us, and it was so nice to have this interaction. I also didn't feel myself completely alone in the studio, because I was also overwhelmed with those nice questions you sent in. And I would really like to use this last moment to also thank to the whole studio. And you know what I would love to do right now? To turn the camera to the other side, but yeah, I shouldn't do that because I think everyone would kill me if I did that. So yeah, as you can hear, there's some laughing in the background. No, they don't let me do that. No, I don't think that they let me do that. But yeah, I guess everybody would love to do it. So anyways, would love to see those faces behind, but at least I can name them. So at least the curator colleagues behind the whole discourse program, Thijs Replinski, who is also here by the way, Oli Shang, they are in London, Jan Rolf, somewhere here in Berlin, also Emily Lille, who was the head of production, had everything in one hand. As you can see, there are some clappings at least in the background, so like replacing the real audience. And also the technical team, head of technical team, Zoe Bassi, big thanks to her. She did the best. There were some very, very stressful moments, but she was really like holding everything in one hand. Teresa Baumgartner, of course, she's not there, I can't see her, but yeah, she was also a very important part. Vincent Vidal, also with the sound engineering. Remy Lecoq, also for the space, and also Petra Terranova, thank you so much, and also Clarisse Detegeux, also for the wonderful, nice lighting around me. So big thanks to those of you, and I'm sorry if I forgot any of you, but I try to include everyone. So that was it. That was the discourse program of CTM Festival 2021. There will be still some artistic talks and also some very short panel discussions next week going on, but this kind of discourse, what we had in the last 3 days, won't follow up. And hopefully we see each other next year really live and not in this kind of setups. We will see about that. So the festival goes on. Go to the Matryoshka event starting right now, Club Matryoshka. And yeah, that was it. Have a lovely afternoon, evening, mornings, depending on your time zones. Bye.
Welcome to the first CTM weather forecast live from Tasmania, where I am trapped since last year due to COVID, Corona, waiting till traveling is working out again. Everybody is online. We living on an island without any Corona since May, in a little bubble. This very noisy island where everybody drives car. It's very windy today, as you see. It's a bit sunny, but tonight it will be only 7 degrees. Who can imagine in Australia 7 degrees tonight? Daytime 16 degrees. Summer, middle of January. It will be better soon. I will forecast tomorrow again. So I hope you enjoy this 9-10 days online, and I thank already my team for everything they did online, preparing. It's hard to communicate with 10 hours time difference, but everybody is doing a real good job. We built a whole new digital space called Siberia, Cyber. Online, you can log in, you can have an avatar, you can chat with each other. I will try to be in it too, as far as I can make it, deep in the night, till breakfast maybe. So I want to round off this first day, a windy but sunny day. We have the last extra wind blows. In the background is Kunai or Mount Wellington. It's not really visible at the moment. And all the best, and I hope everybody stays safe and enjoy the program. See you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome again. How did you spend your first festival night? Glued to your screens, dancing the night away in your flat just like me? No matter what you did, just keep doing it, keep having fun as we're all trying to navigate ourselves in this new digital festivalscape we're trying out together. And tonight, we've got something very special for you. We have fed our brains during the amazing Research Networking Day and the amazing panels and lectures we got to hear today. And now it's time to just dance it all out. We'll go clubbing, although a bit different than usually, digitally, at Project Hi-Fi, our collaboration with Club Matryoshka. If you tuned in yesterday, we've told you a little bit about it before. It's a digital club on Minecraft. Don't worry, if you don't fancy diving it fully and getting lost in Minecraft, you can just watch the live stream on Twitch. We have an absolutely incredible, mind-blowing lineup for you, artists from all around the world, from BBC Six's infamous Marianne Hobbs to Taiwan's Sonia Kaliko and so many more. But before we get lost in the world that is Club Matryoshka, our friend Brendan Rosenblut, famous for his impeccable taste in hats, has some very sage advice on how to pick the right hat for CTM. Enjoy, and I'll see you on the digital dance floor.
I've been asked to explain the art of choosing the right hat for CTM. There's a fine alchemy of picking an outfit, the hat being the punctuation point. And I have to say that it really depends on which venue you're going to, the seating or standing conditions, if you're going to block someone's view, the ceiling height, the base weight, blowing your hat off, also something to consider. Also, you have to counterbalance the hat with the beard or other drapey long clothing, the color scheme. So yes, many considerations go through my head when determining my outfit and especially my hat for any CTM event. Absolutely, because it makes the first statement of the year. It sets the tone for the rest of the year to come and the engagement with the art that follows. So I welcome you to another day of the online edition of CTM 2021. I'm Brandon Rosenblut, and I hope to see you all IRL very soon.